paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. That's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now one full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits and an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0 for 4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now one full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits and an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0 for 4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now one full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits and an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0-for-4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now one full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits and an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0-for-4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now one full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits in an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0 for 4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. That's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now one full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits in an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0 for 4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. That's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now one full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits in an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0-for-4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now 1 full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits and an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0-for-4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now 1 full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits and an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0 for 4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now 1 full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits in an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0 for 4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now 1 full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits in an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0 for 4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now 1 full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits in an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0 for 4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now 1 full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard race after a 6-4 homestand. Meanwhile, after finishing last week's road trip at 3-3, Baltimore returns home. The Birds' bats came alive Sunday against Tampa Bay, totaling a season-high 16 hits in an 11-3 rout. Against the Angels on Tuesday, Jeff Weaver got chased after allowing 6 runs on 7 hits. While walking 3 in only 4 innings of work, he has allowed 6 or more runs in 2 of his last 4 starts and has not picked up a win since June 25th against the Red Sox. Weaver has not faced Baltimore yet this season. Steve Traxel managed to get his ERA to dip below 5 for the first time since late June, thanks to 6 shutout innings in Boston. The righty scattered 5 hits, fanned 2, and walked a season-high 5 in the contest. He had pitched to an 0-3 record and a 9.22 ERA during his last 6 combined starts up to that point. Historically, Traxel has struggled against Seattle. He's winless in 4 career starts against them. Though he is making $14 million this season and leads the team with 17 home runs, Richie Sexson has struggled throughout the year. His longest hitting streak this season is only 4 games, and he was just 2 for 25 with 2 RBIs in the Mariners' most recent homestand. Mariners fans booed their first baseman Friday after an 0 for 4 night, which included 3 strikeouts. Melvin Mora returned from the DL, recovering from a sprained left foot. Manager Dave Tremblay immediately penciled his third baseman into the 6th spot in the batting order. Mora's return paid immediate dividends when he hit a home run on Sunday. So it's the Mariners and the Orioles. Weaver against Traxel. It's a 7:05 start in Baltimore. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 7 Eastern. The Seattle Mariners head to Baltimore to take on the Orioles in Game 1 of a 3-game series. It's a battle of struggling pitchers as Jeff Weaver gets the start for Seattle, while Steve Traxel gets the nod for Baltimore. Game time is set for 7:05 at Oriole Park. Seattle lost 9-2 on Sunday against Boston in their last outing. Despite the loss, the M's are now 1 full game behind Detroit in the American League wildcard.
Sports Network.
After a 3-3 road trip through Boston and Tampa, Dave Tremblay and the Orioles return home to Camden Yards. Steve Traxel looks for his first win since June the 8th, and he takes on a red-hot Seattle team contending in the AL West. The Oriole bats are coming alive. The long ball has returned, and the Orioles are back home at Oriole Park. It's the Orioles and the Mariners up next on Masson. It is a Triple H night in downtown Baltimore. It is hazy, it is hot, and it is humid. While the Orioles are back home getting set to take on the Seattle Mariners, it's Game 1 of a 3-game series. And hi again, everyone. Jim Hunter with Jim Palmer. Glad you could tune us in. Both these teams, Jim, playing very good baseball, and it's been a pretty good head-to-head series on the year. The Mariners are 4-2 against the Orioles, but the Birds have been in every game.
Well, the Mariners had a little meeting. John McLaren taking over for Mike Hargrove, and I tell you, I saw Jose Guillen coming out of the dugout. He said, "Boy, you guys are playing well." So I made sure that I think John told them, "Hey, the Orioles are playing well. You can look now. The Mariners, they're 4 back in the American League West behind the Angels. The Orioles and Seattle both playing well. The Mariners, after the Orioles saw them on the West Coast, lost 7 in a row at a point. So again, the Orioles actually outplaying them. I think John McLaren made that very clear. So if you're the Orioles, how do you want to continue to keep playing? You got Mora back, you got Tejada back, and I think the guy that you really like to see back hadn't been hurt all year long, and that's Aubrey Huff. Great numbers against his former team, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. He's got 8 home runs on the season, 4 against them. Down in Tampa Bay, of course, it's a tough ballpark to play in, but I guess if you used to play there, it's nice to go back as a visitor because you're not playing 81 games. He has a great series, changed his stance a little bit, got a little bit more upright. Terry Crowley, the hitting coach for the Orioles, said he came to the ballpark. Said he doesn't usually like to revisit tapes 3 or 4 years ago, but he was more upright, a little bit more confidence, much better result.
So the Orioles back home tonight, Game 1 against Seattle, and a very interesting pitching matchup because you have 2 pitchers, Jeff Weaver for Seattle, Steve Traxel of the Orioles. Well, Weaver's had a tough year all year, and Traxel struggled as of late.
Well, another Weaver, Earl Weaver would tell his bullpen that you better get your rest because neither of these guys have been pitching very well. Jeff Weaver, they signed him for a lot of money. He, went to the National League, helped the Cardinals win a World Championship. Traxel at one point this season was 4-2. You can look at the low ERA. Then he had the injury. Weaver was on the disabled list the latter part of May, came back in June, pitched pretty well. His best month was June, where he went 2-0. So the bottom line, neither of them pitching well. It's kind of an even matchup tonight.
So tonight it's the Orioles and the Seattle Mariners. The Birds are playing good baseball. It is Jeremy Guthrie T-shirt night, and the youngsters having a good time at the ballpark. Stay with us. Lineups and first pitch are coming up next. Orioles Baseball on Masson is brought to you in part by PNC Bank. PNC leading the way. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com. Fans settling in here at Oriole Park as the Birds are back home. Tonight they begin a 6-game homestand with a first of 3 against the Seattle Mariners on one of those Baltimore summer nights. Hazy, hot, and humid, but the Orioles certainly happy to be back home as they take on the Mariners contending in the AL West. Going to look at the Southwest Airlines starting lineup for Seattle. The Mariners come in having won 6 of their last 9 games. Ichiro Suzuki having another good year at the plate. .343 batting average, and, as usual, leading the major leagues with 156 base hits. Pedro behind Suzuki, then Jose Guillen, Adrian Beltre in the cleanup spot, Raul Ibanez batting 5th, Richie Sexton at first base bat 6th, Kenji Jojima catches bat 7th, Jose Lopez batting 8th, and Yunieski Betancourt at shortstop bats 9th.
Take a look at our Rico scouting report. Steve Traxel trying to get back in the win column. Well, he's been perfect here at Camden Yards, 3-0 on the year, 5-7 total. Don't forget the past. He's never beaten the Mariners. Not a lot of time in the American League up until this year. And last 2 starts, walk on the wild side. He's walked 11 in his last 2 starts and only gave up 1 run in Boston, but 5 base hits and 5 walks. Trying to be perfect. Doesn't want to throw it over.
Well, let's get a look at the Centric Business Systems defense behind Steve Traxel tonight.
Yeah, best defense in the American League from an error standpoint. Take a look at the outfield for the Orioles, Peyton Patterson and Mark Kekis. And around the infield, get your regulars back for Mora, Tejada, Roberts, and Millar. And behind the plate, Ramon Hernandez. So kind of really the opening day lineup you would envision for this Oriole team in a sense. Aubrey Huff will be doing the DH.
There are the numbers on Steve Traxel, 5-7 overall. However, he has not won a game since June the 8th. Traxel trying to end that drought tonight and get the Orioles off to a good start on the homestand. And he'll go against Ichiro Suzuki leading off. And here's one of those notes that you hate to see when a team comes into your town and a hitter like Suzuki comes to your ballpark. He's 0 for his last 10. That's not going to last long.
The Red Sox really handle him, and I talked to Dave Tremblay. I said, did you get an advance report? Because, of course, in the Northwest, the Seattle Times and the Post-Intelligencer are saying, well, they found all of a sudden a way to pitch to Ichiro. And this is the guy that got 262 hits. Hits 300 every year, gets over 200 hits every year, and I think just the fact that the Red Sox have as good a pitching as anybody in the American League, and they pitched him very well.
Slaps it foul, and it's quickly 0-2.
Yeah, you got to cheat in even with 2 strikes against him because of his exceptional speed. So everybody in, it makes it easier for him to slap the ball by people. This infield not quite as quick as the one up in Seattle or just about any other place. It does look like the grass is a little bit down, maybe mowed a little bit closer.
Traxel staying outside, 1-2.
Of course, we had Wired Wednesday, and we talked to Terry Crowley, hitting instructor, and he, of course, it was right after Tejada with runners at first and third to bounce into double play. He said, grass is awfully slow as that fastball misses down and in, 2-2. Hard to get a lot of infield hits here. And, the interesting thing when you look at the numbers, that the Orioles actually hit for an average better at home than they do on the road, but they don't score as many runs. And they even hit more home runs here at Camden Yards.
Fouls it back to stay alive. Suzuki, very difficult to strike out. When he swings, he almost always makes contact.
Well, he's like the wizard with his bat is his wand, and he can just kind of do whatever he wants with it. And again, they had an article last year, I think it was Esquire or whatever, and they actually compared his swing to Mickey Mantle's. And when you start breaking it down sequence, they're almost identical. But he's obviously, Mantle had a little bit different stance, didn't run.
Line foul the other way.
Ooh, nice little grab. Oh, a little fumble down the left field line.
I think what's most fascinating about Suzuki as a hitter is he's so good he really could be any kind of a hitter he wants. If he wanted to become a power hitter, he could do it. But instead, he wants to get on base.
What did he say at the All-Star game? He said, if I would have their permission to hit 220, I could hit 40. 40 home runs.
And again, he fouls it off. But you look at his numbers on the year, Jimmy, he has 156 base hits. 130 of them are singles. So his approach is very consistent. Line drives, put the ball in play, and get on base. They're the active batting leaders.
Yeah, and he will, though, turn on a ball. I mean, all you have to do is come out here, and of course Wade Boggs was very much like that. You go out of batting practice, and they look like they're leading the league in home runs. And that fastball just a little off the outside corner.
So from 0-2 to 3-2.
Yeah, and that ball, I mean, again, you can see anytime a catcher drags the ball that far into the strike zone, you're not going to get the call. And this is exactly what he didn't want to do. Doesn't walk a whole lot either.
And bounces it foul again behind the first base coach, Gary Thurman.
Well, what he does do is, you know, he gets the base hits, he scores runs. If he gets on first, it's like throwing a double. He's stolen 30 out of 32 attempts, 77 runs. Alex Rodriguez, he leads the American League in runs scored. Of course, he trots.
Yeah.
He hits him and just kind of trots.
And he fouls it off again. That was the 10th pitch of this at-bat. So Suzuki can't put it in play, but Traxel can't put him away.
Well, you can get an idea from watching Steve. I think one of the more difficult things on a hot, humid night like it is tonight is to come out of the bullpen, and if you have a long first inning, you're on your feet for 20, 25 minutes in this weather, and it is hot and it is humid. Very, very close here at Camden Yards.
And a line drive to left center. That's going to fall for a base hit. Patterson hustling over to hold Suzuki to a single. Nicely done by Corey Patterson. So Suzuki gets on, leadoff hit, an 11-pitch at bat, and he gets on. Let's head downstairs to Amber, our Tesco Technologies report. Amber.
Well, there was some news over the weekend. Orioles shortstop Miguel Tejada was placed on waivers and then claimed by the Chicago White Sox and then taken off waivers by the Orioles. Many feel it was just an attempt by the organization to find out his worth in the market. But either way, now he cannot be traded the rest of the season. And so here's what he had to say about that.
The only thing that I do is just keep playing baseball. You know, I play for the Orioles, and like I said, you know, I don't read any paper, I don't see TV, I don't watch any news when my name's in there because, you know, that's the trust for myself. You know, my trust in play baseball, playing good baseball for help the team, and like I said, whatever happened, it happened.
And Jim, as we all know, this is nothing new to baseball. A lot of players put on waivers this time of the year. Back to you.
All right, Amber, thank you very much. And actually, I bet you look at that waiver wire, everybody at some point in August is on the waiver wire for two reasons. One, Amber mentioned, as an organization, you like to gauge the interest in a particular player. But the other is, if you can sneak a guy through waivers, then you can trade him just in case a contender calls you up. Remember a couple of years ago, Jeff Conine got traded on August 31st as the Florida Marlins were looking for some help down the stretch. So just about every player goes on waivers at some point during August for either of those two reasons.
Yeah, and those are the waivers that you can pull a guy back off of, and it is no big deal. Of course, you know, a lot of people saying, well, are the Orioles going to trade him, and then the broken wrist, so obviously not coming back and playing a lot of games before the trading deadline. But the home runs are down, but he's still one of your highest average hitters. And, you know, even last year when he hit 24 home runs, he hit 330. Set the all-time record for most base hits in a season by Orioles, broke Cal Ripken's record.
1-1 on Vidro with Suzuki on at first, none down. There's a fastball for a strike, 1-2. Suzuki is a very good base runner. He is 30 out of 32 in stolen bases. His 30 steals, third best in the American League. He's trailing only Brian Roberts and Carl Crawford.
Yeah, I really don't know if he'll run this early. He can run anytime he wants, and you can see it right there. Ricky Henderson, Vince Coleman. Of course, you know, Henderson was, 130 steals, and Coleman 108, 109, 2 consecutive years when he came up with the Cardinals. Ichiro's never going to do that, even though he gets on base better than both of these two guys. But he made a real big lead.
And he runs. Pitch is taken. Throw is high and backed up by Brian Roberts. So Suzuki with a big jump on Traxel. That is the 14th stolen base against Traxel Orioles catchers have been able to catch 6 with Traxel on the mound, and Suzuki gets number 31.
Well, like we said, if he gets on, and it took 11 pitches to do that, it's like throwing a double. I mean, you know, hot human night. Obviously didn't get a grip on it. Watch this ball. I mean, it's backed up nicely by Brian Roberts. Drops his elbow, drops his arm, mask over his face. And don't think he won't steal third.
2-2 on Vidro. In the dirt, knocked down by Hernandez to prevent Suzuki from moving up.
Well, this is a pretty typical Steve Traxel game. He is going to throw a lot of pitches. If he lasts more than 5 2/3, 5, maybe a third innings on a hot humid night, just the way he pitches. He doesn't trust his stuff. Leo Mazzoni has been trying to get him since spring training just to say, okay, you know what, you got a good curveball, you have a good splitter, but fastball command. And he hasn't been able to do that. So he'll just throw balls. They're about 3 or 4 inches off the corner. And there's a big difference is Vidro is going to take that walk. If you're throwing 95 and you're an inch off the corner, guys swing at it. When you're throwing 86, 88, they take it because I still remember what Mo Drabowski said. I knew Mo used to always talk about how there's only a certain amount of pitches in your arm. And I said, no way, because he was a lot older than I was. And he said, no, one day Fenway Park, I threw that fastball and then kind of watched it go all the way up to home plate. And that's what happens when you're in your middle 30s. You know, when Traxel came up, he threw 93, 94 miles per hour. It's down to 86. Hitters have a little bit more time to wait.
So Suzuki at second, Vidro at first with none down. Here's Jose Guillen in his first season with Seattle. And there's a fastball for a strike, 0-1. Guillen having a good year, 13 home runs, 63 RBIs. He has found a home with the Mariners. He has been well traveled. Seattle is his 8th major league organization, and he's only 31 years old.
Yeah, not that far removed from that Tommy John surgery, and we saw his arm up in Seattle. Still very, very good. Signed at least an option year next year, trying to maybe extend that contract for 2 or 3 years.
Very good defensive player, has some pop. He's had 3 20 home run seasons in his career. And Traxel really battling now. He has 2 on and none out. Ground ball slowly at the second. Roberts to Tejada for 1, back to first, and there's a double play. 4-6-3 and 2 men down. Exactly what Traxel needed. So well, Suzuki ends up at third, but now with 2 down.
Yeah, what he's able to do is get ahead of Guillen and then make a good pitch. Couldn't do it to Ichiro, walked to Vidro, but there's just a splitter and perfect. And you have to really come get the ball at this ballpark because the infield's a little bit slower. So Brian Roberts gets a nice job, ball hit right at him. If you wait back, you're not going to turn the double play. So nice pitching, nice defense, and of course this is what Dave Tremblay has said. This is what the Orioles are going to need to be about day in and day out, night in, night out.
So Adrian Beltre now, the cleanup hitter with 2 down, runner at third, 17 home runs, 64 ribbies, tops on the club. He brings a 4-game hitting streak into tonight's game. There's a fastball for a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, if you look at Steve Traxel's numbers. You know, when you go to Eric Bedard, they're hitting around 204 with runners in scoring position, 297. So that means almost 3 out of every 10 batters with runners in scoring position that come up get base hits. And that's why the ERA a little bit higher than he would like.
There's a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, one of those nights, Jim, where you had to take that rosin bag, and I didn't like to use rosin, but what I did like to use, you get an extra bag when you come in, sit down for 5 minutes, take it, rub it all over your arm just to kind of keep the perspiration from running down into your hand. Because if you're going to try to control the ball, you cannot have a wet hand unless you're Gaylord Perry. And you want that stuff all over the ball.
Well, Gaylord enhanced it.
Oh, did he ever? You know, you'd have the dry look 3 or 4 days out of the week, and the day he pitched would be the wet look.
What was that stuff they used to have for the hair, Vitalis?
Yeah.
That was some greasy stuff. I remember that when I was a kid.
Well, they had Brill cream.
Brill cream,
yeah.
There you go. Little dabble do you.
That's right. That's what Gaylord said.
Yeah, except he used it on the baseball, not on his hair.
Well, yeah, but, you know, they're guys. A lot of guys threw spitters. And
did you ever throw one?
One time.
One time.
Yeah. 2 outs in the 9th inning. Miguel Delaney in Baltimore.
Remember him?
Had an 8-1 lead. The ball went down a little bit. He used to mess around with it. I mean, all you do is every other pitch you throw, you use a seam. That one, you hold it on the slick part of the ball, and it's supposed to drop a little bit.
And he got him. Down on strikes goes Beltre, and Traxel gets out of it. A 2 on and none down, and Seattle cannot score. Well, Seattle doesn't score in the top of the first. Traxel gets out of a jam. Here come the Orioles in the bottom of the first. Southwest Airlines starting lineup for the Birds, who have gone 14-8 since the All-Star break. Roberts, Patterson, and Markakis up top. Millar, Tejada, then Aubrey, Huff. Huff in a 4-game hitting streak, 8 out of 16, and 6 extra base hits during the streak. Melvin Mora bats 7th, then Ramon Hernandez and Jay Payton.
Take a look at our Rico scouting report. Jeff Weaver, there are a couple of Weavers. Jared, his brother, pitching for the Angels. Big inning type of guy. 3 runs or more 9 times this year. They don't get him a lot of runs, only 3.21 runs per game when he's in there in Rocky Road. 0-5 on the road. Started out really horrendous. 0-4 in April in 11 innings. How do you do that? Didn't pitch very well. Had some shoulder problems. So spent about 15 days on the disabled list. So not overpowering, 30 years old. He's been around, came up with the Tigers, then went to the Yankees, the Dodgers last year. Spent some time with the Angels, and then eventually to St. Louis, where he pitched very well in the postseason. There's that record, 2-10.
Well, he is as glaring an example as Brian Roberts fouls it back in the crowd. He's now 1-2. When you talk about potential versus production. I mean, here's a guy who was a first-round draft pick in '98. Everybody's been talking about him. Wait till he puts it all together. Wait till he puts it all together. He's in his 9th season, Jimmy. He's had 1 winning season.
Yeah,
it's been more potential than production.
His stuff is really eroded. Velocity has gone down.
There's a line driving a base hit down the right field line. Sexton with a dive, couldn't get it. Roberts hustling to second base as Guillen has trouble with it. And Bryant pulls up with a leadoff double.
Yeah, 88 miles per hour in the middle of the plate. I mean, I watched his brother pitch last night. Didn't hit 90 miles per hour on the gun, but maybe a little bit more life on the fastball. So, look, you can see they both pitch very much alike, but that ball ends up. And you can see Jojima move in, and Sexton, as big as he is at 6'8", can't get that one. So he missed his spot by a foot. So you can't throw 88 miles per hour in this league and not hit your spots. I mean, if that's what you throw, fine, but make good pitches. That wasn't one of them, and Brian Roberts, there you go, 30th double of the season, takes advantage of it.
Well, the Orioles have a chance to get on the board. Here's Corey Patterson. Pinching in on the corners is Seattle, and Corey takes down and in 1-0. See Beltre at third base on the grass, and Sexton nearly on the grass at first. Good numbers against Seattle. His current hitting streak is 2 in a row. First inning runs have plagued them all season. Throw back to second. Roberts back easily. Jim mentioned the big innings against Weaver. If you look at his starts, he's made 16. And in 7 of those starts, he's allowed 6 earned runs or more.
And the strikeouts are down. I mean, his career, or not his career high, but his season high this year is 5. So if you get in trouble, where you used to be able to strike guys out, you can't.
Ground ball to first. Sexton goes to the bag, but Patterson gets Roberts to third. Good team at bat there. And 1 down with a runner at third. Centric Business Systems defense behind Jeff Weaver.
Well, take a look at the outfield. Ibanez, Ichiro, and Guillen. Ichiro and Guillen, great arms. Ichiro winning Gold Gloves every year. Beltry, Betancourt, Lopez, and Sexton. Pretty good defensive infield for the Mariners. And Jojima, power hitting catcher, behind the plate.
So the Orioles have a chance to get a run on the board, and here's Nick Markakis as the Birds try to manufacture a run here in the first inning. Towards shortstop, towards third base, and Beltray, that ball at backspin goes to third. He has it in the air, and 2 down. Well, Corey Patterson did his job getting Brian Roberts to third, and what you like to see, Jim, is the camaraderie on the bench. Everybody got up to give him a high five for giving himself up for a team out.
Yeah, and then you have a young hitter that just expands the strikes early in the zone, doesn't get a good pitch to drive. And I tell you, all over his fist. A little jam shot right to Beltray. So now it's up to Millar. Of course, the Orioles do this pretty well. 2-out base hit. It's not the way you want to score runs.
Kevin Millar now with a chance. And he takes low. So Kevin 5 for 19 on the just concluded road trip. Very good numbers in these situations. 25 of his 46 RBIs with 2 down and a runner in scoring position. Kevin well rested. He was given Sunday off, and the team had off yesterday.
Yeah, you look at the defense, Betancourt in the hole, so they play him to pull on the ground, and I mean, Ichiro is pretty much straight away, but look at this. There's your prevent defense to a pull hitter. And of course, Lopez comes right along with the shortstop. He's playing pretty much up the middle.
There's a strike taken at the knees. 2 balls and 1 strike on Kevin Millar.
See, that's the one thing about, and nothing against Nick Markakis because he's going to be a terrific player, but Kevin goes up and looks for certain pitches till he gets to 2 strikes. And then he battles and, comes up with and tries to come up with productive at bat. But he's sitting on certain areas.
Grounded sharply foul down the left field line.
Now, if you throw him knee high down and away, Kevin Millar, like most hitters, I mean, even Ted Williams, what was that, his 230 zone? When they had that little strike zone in Sports Illustrated probably about 40 years ago. But pitchers can't do that. But until you get to 2 strikes, just think about it. You never have to swing at anything other than what you want to swing at. And Jeff Weaver just got Nick Markakis maybe a little bit greedy in a way, and made a good pitch, and Nick unable to get the run in.
Or anxious.
Yeah.
Get that runner in.
And that ball off the corner. Got to know the strike zone to be a good hitter. Now, the problem, of course, is not only you need to know the strike zone, you need to know the umpire's strike zone, and don't quite know that yet. Even though it looks to me like Larry Vanover is going to make these pitchers throw the ball over the plate.
Grounded towards third. Beltray fields. And he'll throw across in time, and Weaver gets out of it. So the Orioles get Roberts to third, can't score. They led to the second at Oriole Park. Well, don't forget the Orioles and Mariners get together the next 2 nights here at Oriole Park. Both games at 7:05, and tomorrow's game is a Junior Orioles Dugout Club night, all presented by Chick-fil-A. All Dugout Club members can gather up mom, dad, your brother, your sister, grandma, grandpa, get your cousin down here, maybe even the dog, who knows. Head on out to Camden Yards. Club members get in free with their game voucher, and their guests can each get a ticket for just $6. For more information, 888-848-BIRD, or log on to Orioles.com. I don't think dogs are allowed, by the way.
No.
You don't want to start anything.
Not good for the grass. No offense.
No, I love dogs. You know that. Here's where Ola Banez takes ball 1. Banez 6 for his last 33. And Traxel misses away 2-0. And one thing against Steve Traxel, and obviously every team has good advanced scouting. You know they tell their hitters, look, he's not going to come into you, so be very patient and look for your pitch. There's a high fly ball to left field. Payton going back on it. At the wall, he leaps, and he can't get it. It's gone in the first row.
Well, I tell you, 116 at-bats since he last hit a home run, and this is a can of corn out in Seattle. So there's your 2-0 count. Leo Mazzoni says try to get strike 1 because it puts the hitter on the defense. So your Coors Light hard, cold blast on a very hot night. Fastball too much of the plate. Payton doesn't really get a good read because, again, the ball only goes in the first row. Not a very tall guy. Watch this. Sees where the wall is. Now he's got to turn to our right, his left. And then the ball just barely gets over the wall. You know, it's a play that if you thought the ball was carrying, and of course it's hot and humid, maybe carrying a little bit more than it usually does. Well, that's a typical Camden Yards home run, if there is such a thing.
Here's Richie Sexson, who's having a tough year at the plate. Rounds to shortstop. Miguel Tejada gets a nice hop. Throws out Sexson, 1 away. Sexton's batting average was hovering just above 200 when the Orioles were in Seattle a couple of weeks ago, and he comes in now below 200 at 196, and it will go down a point. So Sexton retired, 1 away.
Well, John McLaren, who took over for Mike Hargroves managing this club, said basically he didn't play on Sunday. And I said, well, is it in a platoon situation? Because they do have Ben Broussard, who's a very good young hitter, left-handed hitter. He said no. He said he's too important to this club. So they're going to give him his at-bats. But I tell you what, if he would be able to get hot, and I don't know if that'll happen, he'll make a big difference. And there is John McLaren, 37 years in pro ball before he got the call that basically he's going to be the manager of the Mariners. And you know what? They had a great article in the Seattle Times, and when I'm reading it, I'm thinking, you know, they're talking about how he goes through the locker room and he talks to people, and you know, if he needs to be tough, he's tough. And I'm saying, you know what? That's Dave Tremblay. We're talking about our guy. But you know, he bench coached in a lot of different teams. Good guys. Got the sling off, had rotator cuff. You know, Dave Tremblay, 20 years in the minor leagues, managing at the minor league level, a couple of more years in big leagues. So long baseball careers.
Traxel falls behind Kenji Jojima 3-1.
Yeah, Jojima hit a hanging curveball when the Orioles were up in Seattle off of Jeremy Guthrie, who will pitch tomorrow night against Felix Hernandez.
Sharply pulled foul down the line. Jojima's been hot. He's got an 8-game hitting streak. 12 home runs on the year.
See, I got some great advice from Cal Ripken Sr. And in a sense, Cal was probably my first pitching coach because we didn't have a pitching coach when I played for him in Aberdeen, South Dakota. At the end of my career, he said, you have to throw more strikes.
Bounced to Tejada. Miguel charges to get the hop and slings it to first, 2 men down.
And he said the reasoning behind that is you know, when you were throwing in the upper 90s, if you got behind hitters, you could just throw fastballs and fastball counts, and you would be able to get them out. And I think Steve Traxel's, and this is what Leo Mazzoni's been trying to get him to do, is that if you're going to throw 2-0 fastballs in the middle of the plate, you're going to have quality at bats like Ibanez was able to have against him. So throw the strikes and then use your other pitches, maybe a little bit more judiciously around the corners and whatever. But at the end of the day, what pitch do you control the best? It's usually your fastball.
High fly ball off the end of the bat. Corey Patterson in left center has a play. And Jose Lopez retired on 1 pitch. and the inning ends. But Seattle gets on the board. Raul Ibanez, a 2-0 pitch. Peyton went up, couldn't get it. The Mariners take the lead. Verizon Wireless Store on York Road in Timonium this Thursday, and you'll meet Orioles relief pitcher Rob Bell and former Orioles great Boog Powell. Rob will be on hand from noon until 1. Boog will be there from 1 until 2. They'll sign autographs, meet and greet, answer your questions about the O's and about baseball in general. So spend some time this Thursday at the Verizon Store in Timonium with Rob and Boog. For more information on this Orioles Reach community appearance, 888-848-BIRD, or just go online, Orioles.com, and click on Community. A lot of doings for the Birds in the community, and you can get all the information right there on the Orioles website, Orioles.com. Here's Miguel Tejada leading off in the second, takes a strike. Check swing, and he fouled it off, and it's 0-2.
Well, 11 for 28 lifetime against Jeff Weaver.
Miggy's in unusual territory here. His average has dipped below 300. He's at 298 as play begins tonight.
What, April 17th, I think I read something. That was the last time he was below 300.
Too tight, 1-2.
Well, I think what everybody found out last year as you look at Miguel Tejada's success against certain guys, Matt Clement still trying to rehab his shoulder for sorrow. Is he pitching?
He might be.
Really? I don't know. He seems like he's been around forever.
There's a ground ball the other way. Sexton has it, falls down. The race is on. It's safe. Tejada with a head-first slide beat it. Tough break for Seattle because Sexton got there but then lost his balance, and Miguel hustling down the line legs it out for a base hit.
Well, that's where the majority of his hits went last year. Center field, right field, and this little breaking ball, he goes with it. Sexton playing off the line, so just to get to it, and right there I think he just stumbles. He really kind of had to do a stutter step to get his feet, so heads up play by Miguel Tejada. Now, this is what Dave Tremblay wants. Plays in front of you, go. And he does. Run hard. You never know what may happen.
So Sexton got to the ball, did a nice job, but then fell down and made a very good throw to Jeff Weaver, who was running towards the base, but Tejada gets there for the hit. Here's Aubrey Huff.
Think it's easy to stay on your feet when you're 6'8"?
No. Aubrey Huff with the new stance. Tinkered just a little bit more upright. Jojima knocks it down and prevents Tejada from moving up.
Well, Terry Crowley, pretty good if we look at our Toyota League leaders. There you go. These guys are as hot as the weather.
Aubrey had a heck of a weekend in Tampa Bay. He's got a 4-game hitting streak going overall.
Yeah, what the Crow was talking about, again, he said normally you wouldn't go back and look at films as far back as 3 or 4 years ago, but he said, you know what, I mean, Aubrey obviously, his average right around 20, 21 home runs a year, his best year of 34 home runs with the Devil Rays, 29 the next year. But He said, what happens when you're spread out and you drift? In other words, you drift, you get out on your front foot. But when you're spread out, your hands go with you. When you stay upright, hands could stay back. And that's a very important part of hitting.
Popped them up back of the plate. Jojima hoping for a play. He'll run out of room, and it's a souvenir down below.
And I was watching last night late, the Red Sox are playing the Angels. Schilling coming back off the disabled list, and they were talking about David Ortiz. You know, last year he had 54 home runs. This year he's close to 20, somewhere right around there, and he did the same thing. Got more upright. Just trying to change something. You know, Ortiz with a knee problem, Huff with maybe with a mental problem, not having the kind of year he wants to have.
There's a bouncer to right field for a base hit. Well, Aubrey Huff got hot in Tampa, takes it home. And he extends his hitting streak to 5 straight games, and the Orioles have 2 on with none down.
Well, just think about it. You have a man on first, you're a left-handed hitter. You know Sexton, the first baseman's holding him on. So a little breaking ball for ball 1. There's a fastball, maybe a little change-up. Good fastball, gets lucky, ball doesn't stay, and then right here, down and in. Just turn on it, hit it into right field. The problem here, Guillen throws well, and it's a very short right field, so it's hard to create those first and third situations. But still a very productive bat because nobody plays there. It's a constant battle between right-handed pitchers and left-handed hitters. Can you make good pitches away to make him try to roll over and hit a double play ball?
Well, Tejada at second, Huff at first. Seattle expecting a bunt. And Melvin does bunt third base side. It's perfect. Beltre, the throw to get him at first base, and there's a sacrifice. So Tejada to third, Huff to second with 1 down.
Tim, you and I did those games in Seattle. I mean, is Beltre one of the smoother third basemen? I mean, he anticipates his bunt. It's a very good one by Melvin. You know, that's not a straight sacrifice in the sense that Melvin more comfortable bunting for a base hit. But Beltre swoops down on it, and here's your super slow-mo, and of course he'll speed it up right here.
Barehanded pickup.
Very good fielding third baseman.
So Melvin does a good job. For Melvin, his 4th sacrifice bunt on the year, and Ramon Hernandez a chance to give the Orioles the lead. 2 in scoring position with 1 down. And a check swing, and he went too far. That's 0-1. You see Ramon over his last 7 games batting .476, 10 out of 21. Batting in the number 8 spot in the lineup tonight for the Birds. Line drive, base hit to right field. Here's Tejada to score. Huff will be held, and it's a 1-1 game. So Ramon Hernandez delivers Tejada, and we're back even at 1. So 2 of the Orioles' hottest hitters, Huff and Hernandez, helping out in this rally.
Well, again, look at the target, and look where the ball is. He misses by about maybe 8 inches, and that's just not going to get it done. Ramon all over it. And of course, this is why Jeff Weaver comes in with a 2-10 record and earned run average over 6 runs a game.
For Ramon, it's RBI number 44. Weaver has lost his last 4 starts. And his ERA 6.29 in those 4. Here's Jay Payton, the number 9 batter.
It's not a good combination not to be pitching well and them not scoring runs for you. And that's pretty much what's happened. And even when he does pitch well, he loses. Lost a 1-0 game.
Down and away, 1-0. Payton has hit his last 2 games. Aubrey Huff, the lead runner at third base. He was held by Juan Samuel. Ramon Hernandez on at first. Jay, a couple of home runs. In this situation with runners in scoring position, looks it over for ball 2.
Yeah, so a little extra on the fastball, but again missed his target. If you just watch the Jojima tonight, there are the numbers you were talking about. And again, hard luck pitcher, 2-1 loss, 1-0 loss. But watch his target and see how many times he hits it. You know, remember when Mark Wiley used to be the pitching coach, he used to keep a target of that. That ball right there, up and in.
Yeah, Mark had a computer program that would track every pitch.
Yeah, different colors. And if I think you were in the purple zone, that means it was right where the glove was. And if you were in the blue zone, we were close to it. And if you were in the red zone, you usually took a shower. That was
the red zone.
Yeah,
got the
hot
bullpen
water
phone going.
The real hot water zone.
2-1 on Peyton. Infield, a double play depth for Seattle. Ibanez homered to give Seattle the lead. Ramon Hernandez has tied it with an RBI single. High pop foul. That'll be back in the crowd. And the count to 2-2 on Jay Payton.
Yeah, you made a good point about when Jeff Weaver came up. Number 1 draft choice. Big guy, 6'6". A lot of deception.
Well, the only winning season he's had was with the Dodgers in 2005. He went 14-11. Of
course, he did play on some pretty bad Tiger teams. So again, big. He'll turn his back on you a little bit.
Peyton battling.
Yeah, good pitch to hit there. But Terry Crowley talking, because the last week or so, Jay Payton, a lot of guys just throwing the ball in on him, and it's not that he can't hit that pitch. It's just what the count is when he swings at it. And again, he's one of these guys that doesn't lift his leg very high, but he's got to get the front leg down to be in a good position to hit. So it just wants the front foot up a little bit, little toe tap.
Huff is coming towards the plate, and now he'll be tagged out by Jojima. Throw back to second base, hits Ramon Hernandez.
Right in the back.
So Aubrey Huff going on contact. He's out at the plate. If Huff had stayed put at third, Peyton might have had an infield hit. But that's one of those plays where if you're going on contact, you run once you see the swing.
Yeah, in a perfect world, what you like to do is have that runner at third get caught in a rundown, both have runners advance. So there's your slider. Weaver sees the play right in front of him, and there's the tag, and Aubrey doesn't have a whole lot to do it. And then the snap throw right in the right side of the upper back. Boy, that's got to hurt.
A tough year for Ramon. Foul tips off the hand. I think it's hit in the back when he's running the bases.
Well, he had a marvelous year last year for the Orioles. Second in home runs, 23, but it was the first time he stayed healthy in the last, really now what turns out to be 4 years. I was hurt down in San Diego both of those years, wrist injury, knee injury.
So Ramon now the go-ahead run at second base. Peyton at first, 2 men out. And Brian Roberts took strike 1. Brian doubled his first at bat. Fouls it off the other way. It's 0-2. Weaver strikes out about 4.5 per game. He walks about 2.5. But he's giving up 12 base hits for every 9 innings he works.
Well, that is all right. If they're scoring a lot of runs, I mean, obviously he could have had shoulder problems early in the year. That's why he went on the disabled list, tendonitis in the right shoulder. So again, the 0-4 start, 0-2 in May, so he was 0-6 to start the year. Pitched well in June, 1.82 ERA, went 2-0 that year, coming back off the disabled list, and then it was a struggle in July. And of course, they need him. I mean, there are only 3 back in the loss column, 4 total games to the Angels.
There's the standings in the AL West.
Of course, the Mariners come in here. As you mentioned, they've won 4 out of the 6, all played up in Safeco Field against the Orioles, and Red Sox are playing the Angels. Ooh.
Bryant takes inside. Weaver thought he had a strike.
Pretty good pitch right there.
And kind of interesting what the Mariners did on this road trip. They completed a homestand on Sunday. And here's the pitch that Bryant took. And he hit the glove off the plate, and Brian got the call. And instead of traveling on their day off yesterday, they got here Sunday night for 2 reasons. One, you get more rest if you have the full day, but number 2, to get accustomed to the humidity. They don't have this kind of humidity in Seattle. And Roberts fouls it off.
Well, I remember a game last year. I think Adam Lowe pitched. Rob Lowe. Adam Lowen. It's been a while since he was with us, even though we did see him up in Seattle. But Adam Lowen was pitching against Gil Mesh, who was from Louisiana, but he had been a Mariner for what, about 5 or 6 years. He said he was seeing black things on the mound in about the third inning. 97 degrees, maybe not quite that hot today, but close to it.
95 at first pitch.
High humidity. You better be in shape for this stuff.
Roberts slices it foul down the left field line. Fades back in the crowd, out of play. Adam Lowen is with the team. How about that?
We mentioned his name, and he appears.
He wanted to show you he's still around.
Well, I think he was coming back for that checkup, and hopefully that'll be a good one.
There's Chris Ray alongside.
A couple of disabled pitchers. Ray, the closer for the Orioles. Spurs in his elbow. I guess they're going to let that quiet down a little bit. And then do a throwing program. Adam Lowen will, I guess, see how the screws they put in for that stress fracture in his pitching arm around the elbow area.
When we saw him in Seattle, he said he really wasn't allowed to do much yet. Well off the plate, 2-2. Jojima is really working behind the plate tonight.
He moved up and in, and he missed about 1.5 foot outside. So, I mean, watch for Jojima. Up and in. Look at this. That's almost in the middle of the right-handed batter's box.
2-2 on Bryan. Hernandez leads from second, Payton from first. 2 men down. And he got him. Good breaking ball came sidearm, and Roberts down on strikes. So the Orioles managed to get a run in to tie the game, but they strand 2. We played 2 at Oriole Park. Miguel Tejada hustling, and the Orioles tie at 1-1. Paul on Matson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com. By Corona. Kick back and relax with an ice-cold Corona. Relax responsibly. And by Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Beautiful flowers outside the ballpark, and youngsters in attendance here tonight. 1-1 game in the third on a very hot summer night. Unieski Betancourt leads off for Seattle. Then back to the top of the lineup. Traxel deals inside 1-0. Betancourt with a 4-game hitting streak.
Look at that. Red hot. A couple of home runs against the Red Sox. 3-run shot on Friday night.
Ground ball to Tejada, who's been busy tonight. Miguel the first and 1 down. That's the 3rd ground ball to Tejada on the night.
Well, when that splitter is working, it goes down, and you're going to get a lot of ground balls. And if you go back and look at that at bat, Betancourt just out on his front foot. So again, strike 1, come back with a pitch of your choosing instead of having to come into the hitter. Makes a big difference. 11 pitches to Ichiro. Start this game.
And he singled to left center field to snap an 0 for 10, so he took care of that right away. Traxel misses off the plate.
Well, I told you in Boston, and of course, you look at Wade Boggs. He's in the Hall of Fame, and he was a singles hitter. 100 walks a year. Ichiro doesn't do that, but 200 is another one.
Line to left field. Payton will have to play it on a hop, so Suzuki has a one-out single. Toyota League leaders with base hits in the American League, and year after year, you'll find his name near or at the top.
Yeah, of course, Ordonez and Polanco. Michael Young, he's had won a batting title a couple of years ago, but 4 straight years of over 200 hits. Slow start this year with the Rangers, and of course now that Teixeira is in Atlanta, well, why would you ever pitch to him? But again, what Boggs used to always talk about is, he, 1 year, 751 at bats, hit 1 pop-up. I don't think that Ichiro pops the ball up very often either.
Ground ball into right field, a base hit that nearly hit Suzuki. So Vidro pulling it. Was Millar holding the bag, so he made a lunge for it, couldn't reach it. So back-to-back singles after 1 down.
And we told you this is a constant battle. Left-handed batter, speed at first base, look for a ball and hit it right into there. And that's exactly what he does. So how do you combat that? Make a good pitch. This is not a good pitch because it's in the middle of the plate, knee-high. Vidro came in 6 for 15 against the Orioles. Had that 3-hit night up in Seattle. He's a line drive hitter, occasional power. Not your prototypical DH type of guy in the American League, but for this team, very high average hitter.
Jose Guillen batting for a second time. He bounced into a double play his first at bat. Suzuki at second, Vidro at first, 1 down. Traxel, since coming off the disabled list, 0-1. He's pitched to a couple of no decisions as well. This is his 4th start since coming off the DL. In 16 innings combined in those 3 starts, he's allowed 10 runs and 9 of those earned runs. 1 run so far here tonight. There you see the ERA since coming off the DL, 5.06. This is outside, 1-1.
And it's really probably not as bad as that. I mean, you figure, well, that's over 9 innings, but he never goes 9 innings. So again, the 4 runs in 5 1/3, the 5 runs in 4 2/3 innings, and then he actually left the last game up in Boston with a 3-1 lead. With the bullpen on consecutive days, gave up 4 runs. Orioles had won the first game of that 3-game series just last week. But it was a battle. But again, the Red Sox, 4th best team in the American League in hitting, 2nd based on base percentage.
So the batting average gets better each time through the lineup. This is the 2nd time through the lineup for Seattle. High pop up to right. Markakis waiting for it. Suzuki will tag the draw throw. Nick has it. Suzuki bluffs going, and Markakis fires back in. 2 men down.
Yeah, the Orioles out early working today. We told you it was probably about 96 degrees when they came out. Took infield, catchers through, the outfielders through. Dave Tremblay saying, you know what, we're going to do it at least once a series. It just keeps us sharper, and you know what, the numbers don't lie.
And they took infield before batting practice.
Yeah, well, the guys come out, they do their stretching, they do their throwing, and then they come out. And he also told guys, hey, don't be standing there for an hour and 15 minutes on a hot, humid day. Get your work in, get in the locker room, get ready for the game. So it was a very prudent decision, but again, a pretty logical one, being as hot and humid as it is.
Now Beltre up with 2 down. Swings through it, 0-1. And what Dave Tremblay did, because they did stretch as a team, then they did the fielding practice, then they went into the batting practice. He shortened the batting practice because it was so hot out there and because the team was out there a little longer because of the fielding.
Yeah, I think a lot of hitters do that anyway. They maybe cut down their pre-game work in the tunnel with Terry Crowley, the hitting instructor. Brian Roberts has said that's just part of playing every day in Baltimore, especially from, about middle of June.
High fly ball to center field. Patterson back on it. Appears to have a play. Makes the catch in the deepest part of the ballpark. So Traxel walking the tightrope there, but he gets out of it. A couple of hits and 2 men left. Beltre sends Patterson to the wall. Corey grabs it for the final out. 1-1 game in the 3rd.
Welcome back to the yard. Tied game in the bottom of the third, and this happy group of kids up in the outfield, they are courtesy here at the yard, courtesy of the Orioles Reach Ticket Program. It gives children who may not otherwise be able to enjoy a trip to the ballpark a chance to experience the excitement. Tonight's group includes 150 youngsters from Roots of Scouting, and they're here courtesy of Oriole pitcher Jamie Walker. So thanks to Jamie for bringing the kids out to the park. To find out more about Orioles Reach Program, log on to Orioles.com. Jim?
All right, Amber, thank you very much. And Corey Patterson, first ball swinging, bloops it down the left field line, and he has a leadoff double. So the Orioles with a chance now to get the lead as Patterson gets into scoring position leading off. Boy, he has really been swinging the bat well.
Well, Dave Tremblay, he didn't tell him anything different than what Terry Crowley has been telling him or what they told him in Chicago, which is basically you're a much better hitter when you get strikes to hit. And, of course, the real good pitchers, they throw enough strikes to get him to swing at balls. And if he swings at strikes, he's probably going to be a 285 hitter that's going to score a lot of runs. Very, very good center fielder.
Nick Markakis takes strike one. Nick lined out to third, a soft line drive, his first at bat. There's a 3-game hitting streak going.
Got jammed, in other words. All over the fist.
Patterson runs, Markakis takes, throw to third by Jojima, safe!
Yes,
how he got in.
Well, he went to the outfield side of the bag. If the throw's a little lower, I'll tell you what, you're going to be a wounded bird. You're already in scoring position. There is number 30 on the year, stole 46 last year. Great angle right here. Now watch the throw a little bit high and watch him go to the outside of the bag. And again, you take the bag, throw out in front, but the foot gets in. So tremendous speed. Great camber angle right there.
And there was a job by Greg Gibson, the umpire, Jim. He got in perfect position and didn't anticipate the play.
Yeah, because if you anticipated it, he was out. But he tagged him high.
Well, good job by the umpire, Greg Gibson there. Check swing, and he fouled it off. Look out in the crowd. So Markakis for a second time tonight is up with a runner at third. Roberts led off the first with a double, moved up on a ground out by Patterson, but then Nick with that jam shot to third base. Patterson, the go-ahead run at third with none down. Foul tip to stay alive. Jojima unable to hold on to it.
Yeah, big sweeping breaking ball. That was the pitch that he got out of last inning, striking out Brian Roberts. It becomes much more difficult to get that pitch to hit into the outfield with a runner at third and nobody out than when you get to 2 strikes. They're in at first and third, middle infielders conceding the run.
Too high, 2-2.
Yeah, left-handed batters came in hitting .331 against Jeff Weaver, and boy, again, Eric Bedard right around 200 runners in scoring position. Weaver at .316, .316. Really high numbers.
2-2 on Markakis. And a tapper towards the middle. That'll get a run in. It's a base hit for Markakis. Patterson scores, and the Orioles get the lead. You talk about a seeing eye single. It bounced over the mound, it bounced over the bag, and ended up in center field to give the Orioles the lead.
Well, it wasn't even a strike. Once again, this ball way outside. Now, he goes in, watch where this ball ends up. No wonder he's not pitching well. Nick Markakis says, you know what? Middle infielder's playing back. So he misses by about 2.5 feet, and even at 6'6", can't catch it and keep it from going into center field. And, of course, the minute it gets over the head of Jeff Weaver, Corey Patterson makes it 2-1.
Brings up Kevin Millar, throw to first to chase Markakis. Nick, a very good base runner. Millar grounded out his first at-bat. Breaking ball outside, 1-0. Weaver has struck out 1. He has not walked a batter, but he has allowed 6 base hits and still none down in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, Kevin's never gotten a hit off him. Now 0 for 11.
Here's the 1-0, foul back.
See, I don't really think it's about velocity. I mean, that pitch had nice late life. It's just about really being able to execute your pitches. You can't miss your spots by a foot or two.
Ball and a strike on Millar with Markakis on at first. He's drawn attention. He's 13 out of 15 in stolen bases. So he's not in the class of Brian Roberts and Corey Patterson, but he's very good when he does run. 87% success rate. And Seattle has yet to catch a base stealer on the year with Weaver on the mound. 1 in this game, 8 have successfully stolen. Ball and a strike on Millar. Fouls it back. Well, Jim, we were talking earlier about Orioles balance, and the Orioles certainly have been a balanced ball club, in particular since Dave Tremblay took over. You see there's really not anyone with any kind of gaudy numbers, but you have several hitters up and down the lineup all contributing to the victories. Of course, Nick Markakis, 28 ribbies to lead the club since Dave Tremblay took over.
Well, he's also in an RBI, has the most RBI opportunities all year long. They pitch out.
Throw to second base, and he is out.
See, you can do that in a 1-2 count. So there is the first time that they're able to throw a runner out, pitch out. John McLaren calls it. Heads up play. So here's your LoJack caught stealing. Good jump, head down, straight steal. Well executed.
Those fans, you can enter the LoJack Caught Stealing sweepstakes for your chance to win a 2008 spring training trip and other exciting prizes. Just go online, Orioles.com/LoJack to enter to win LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Only the 3rd time Markakis has been caught. And Millar fouls it back. Interesting to see if you had a contest, who had the better batting eye, Millar or Roberts? Probably each would get a lot of support. Loops that one foul. They're both very good at looking over pitches, taking those pitches that are oh so close for balls, and getting a good pitch to put in play.
Well, the advantage, and it's also disadvantage, is that Brian Roberts has the breaking ball usually coming at him because he's a switch hitter. Of course, he has to try to hit from both sides of the plate. There's an emergency hack. Well, you know, today when he was taking infield, I said, how do you hold that sinker? Because he doesn't have, again, and there's Brian Roberts, but, you know, Kevin will tell you, I'm not the most gifted fielder, but he does a terrific job down at first. I said, if I had that sinker, I'd still be pitching because he throws kind of 3/4 sidearm, doesn't get a lot of extension. And he's trying to, I tell you what, if you're 0 for 11 against a guy, you don't see the ball real well. So he is really scuffling at the plate, just trying to somehow get on base.
High fly ball to right. Back on it is Guillen. And in front of the wall will make the grab for the out. 2 men down.
Actually a pretty good at bat. Just a breaking ball, and he stayed right on it. But I don't know. I've never seen him hit a home run to right field. We always talk about it. Even the base hits to right are by accident.
Weaver last year on the world champion Cardinals pitched very well in the World Series, but St. Louis did not offer him a contract to come back. Here's Miguel Tejada taking low, 1-0. Miguel with a hustle base hit in the 2nd inning. He would later come around the score.
Yeah, now 12 for 29. As he hustles his way onto first base with a base hit.
Looking to hit that one out, swung through it.
Yeah, he came out early and hit off the slider machine today. That's the batting practice pitcher that actually, or pitch machine that throws those sliders that makes you stay on the ball. Kind of similar to what Kevin Millar did.
Ball and a strike on Tejada. High fly ball to center field. Suzuki's there. Backs up on it. And onto the warning track to make the grab for the out. Well, the Orioles do get the lead. Corey Patterson got it going. A double, a stolen base, and he comes in on the Marquez hit. 2-1 Birds will enter the fourth. For this weekend's series against the Red Sox, nearly sold out. If you want to come out, we suggest you call the Birds, 888-848-BIRD, or get online, Orioles.com, to check out ticket availability. And when you come out this weekend, please bring any non-perishable food item or cash donation to help support the 21st annual Orioles Reach Food Drive. Volunteers, including Orioles wives and girlfriends, Orioles advocates, Von Paris, Masson, and WJZ personalities will all be at the gates collecting donations, all to help the Maryland Food Bank. Now, for more information, 888-848-BIRD or online at Orioles.com. And we have with us in the booth Selena Collins, the lovely girlfriend of Corey Patterson, who helped the Orioles get the lead there. And this is always something every year that gets bigger and bigger. This may be your first time helping out at the food drive, but every year the Orioles are able to help so many people because the fans help the Orioles do it.
Right, and last year they had such a big turnout. They had 8,950 pounds of food, and the fans donated $28,000. And this year we're just asking all the fans to come out and step up and do it again and hopefully surpass last year's donations.
Well, you know you're going to have a lot of fans with the Red Sox coming in.
Oh, yeah,
Bring
absolutely.
some chowder.
Absolutely.
Cans of chowder.
Well, the non-perishable donations obviously go a long way, but the monetary donations, the Maryland Food Bank then can go out and buy in bulk and actually can help even more families because of the money.
Right, and actually for every dollar that is given, 3 pounds of food is donated. So that's definitely a luxury there.
Ibanez taps it back to the mound after hitting a homer his first at-bat. 1-0. Now, are there any specific items that the food bank likes to get the word out so if the fans want to help out, they know what to bring?
It's actually food, but not only is it food, it's fans can bring anything they want, like baby formula, diapers, things that they think could help families out, because there's a lot of children that are underprivileged as well that that our concerns go out to.
You know, one of the things that Jim and I hear each year when we help try to promote this is that, you think about helping families around Thanksgiving and around Christmas, but unfortunately this is a year-round need.
Absolutely. You know, there's so many starving families out there, and to be able to have this and for the wives and advocates to come out and actually take our time to make sure that these families are, getting what they need, and for the fans to come out and donate is such a great thing.
So you'll be there autographing and taking...
No autographs. I don't think that'll be very...
Well,
But a promotion that we are doing is for every 5 cans or $5 that's donated, the fans will get an autographed postcard of a player.
I saw Chris Ray signing hundreds of cards. I said, that's not good for your elbow. He said, no, building up my elbow.
There you go.
Exactly, whatever works.
Well, those little picture postcards.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if we have this right, okay, so the magic number's 5.
5.
Okay, so
Yes.
we'll have to keep reminding the fans that, because then you get an autograph. And now, will it be random? Will you have them and say,
Yeah.
here, you get a Corey Patterson autograph?
Yeah, it'll be very random. All the players sign the postcards, so whichever fan, it's very random, so you don't get to pick.
Well, the Orioles really do a lot in the community, and this is a major drive each year, and it's really nice to see the way the fans support. And Jim made a good point. There's going to be a lot of fans here this weekend because the Red Sox always draw a lot of fans to Oriole Park. And you know what? If they're going to invade the ballpark, hit them up for a couple of donations.
Exactly.
That's right.
You want to come to our ballpark? Hey, you help pay.
Exactly. And another thing, but we will be here 2 hours before game time, and we'll be out there giving out or collecting the cans till the 3rd inning. So, and then also, if you want to donate and you don't want to come to the game, which I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to come, but you can give it to the warehouse, the Orioles office at the warehouse.
Just drop it by?
Yep,
Or...
just drop it by and leave.
So that's by the glass doors that says executive offices by the warehouse?
Yes.
Gotcha.
East side of the warehouse.
Now, it says personalities are helping collect. Did you recruit the Hall of Famer here? Is he going to help you out?
I'm doing the games.
I don't know. Oh.
Well, you could go out there half hour before.
Well, I'd love to.
I'll go out there with you on Sunday. How about we'll help collect some food. We'll get Rick Dempsey out there. Demper will be here.
Well, they'll be here for the weekend.
I'll be out there with Demper. Gary will be here.
And I'll be there. All 3
Well,
games.
you have to work all 3 days.
Yeah.
Bouncer to
Exactly.
Tejada and Traxel with a 3-up, 3-down inning. Well, Selena, we appreciate you coming by. Best of luck. We'll continue to let all the fans know all about it, because this is a major drive to help a lot of needy people, and we appreciate
Absolutely.
your help.
Thank you.
That's Selena Collins, 3-up, 3-down inning for Traxel. Corey Patterson got the Orioles the lead. Bottom of the 4th coming up. We invite you to join us again tomorrow. More O's action. Middle game of 3 against Seattle. Good pitching matchup. Jeremy Guthrie against Felix Hernandez. Coverage on Masson begins at 6:30. Tom Davis, Rick Dempsey, and O's Extra presented by Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Then game coverage at 7 o'clock. We've got all the access you need right here on Masson. Kevin Millar trying to keep cool on a very warm night. It's beyond warm. It's hot.
Yeah. And that dugout, I sat there in the All-Star game in '93, and they're not, they put fans at both ends.
Aubrey Huff, first ball swinging, skies it to right field. Jose Guillen waiting.
Yeah, it's only an out, Jim, but it's a pretty productive out because he had a good swing. Again, this is not this is a very confident hitter that's going back to the dugout now. And Terry Crowley talking about that. It's, a lot of times you can work on your swing and pitch selection and blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, you have to think you're going to be able to get a base hit. And I think Aubrey's in one of those modes right now.
Aubrey had a fun time this weekend at Tampa Bay because the player returning back and working very hard with Terry Crowley to get that batting stroke going. But the local media in St. Petersburg and in Tampa, basically they were saying, oh, you're coming back, you're getting revenge. And And Aubrey was like, well, thanks for thinking that, but I'm just trying to get consistent. I'd like to get a couple of games in a row here.
Yeah, I think the Orioles expected him to hit somewhere around 20 home runs this year.
Melvin Morris singled at center field.
Well, I told Melvin around the cage today, I said, the real team is back. Melvin hit a home run, his first game back on Sunday down in Tampa Bay. Worked very hard today. He was all over the infield, trying to, when they did infield and then taking extra balls and bunts and things like that. So happy to be back. Almost missed a month.
There's Ramon Hernandez, who drove in the tying run with an RBI single in the second inning. So Ramon's now hitting 3 in a row. Takes it high, 1-0. The Orioles have had base hits now in every inning against Weaver. They have 7 hits through 3 1/3 innings against the right-hander. He's out of Simi Valley, California, one of Jim Palmer's favorite places.
Is that up by the wine country?
I would
I
guess.
think it's on the way. Yeah.
Simi Valley.
Simi Valley. Simi.
I put a little New Jersey slant on it. Simi.
Oh, yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
And Melvin taking his lead. Breaking ball bends outside, 2-1.
Well, you made a good point about Weaver, and it gives up a lot of hits but doesn't really walk a lot of people. So if you can keep the ball in the ballpark, and he's only given up 10 home runs, even though the ERA much higher than he wants it. But again, it's not about velocity as much as its location. He's missing his target by a foot or two tonight on occasion. See, right now you're back into one of those hitters counts. And Ramon is going to be sitting on the fastball. And last year, again, we talked about the 23 home runs. A lot of them went to right center field. And they were more products of just having good swings than trying to hit home runs.
3-1 on Ramon with Mora at first and 1 down. Melvin runs. Ground ball towards the middle. And safe at second base as Lopez missed the tag. He tried to tag the base with his foot. Excellent play, but he missed the foot on the bag. So Mora safe with 2 down.
Yeah, like trying to put out a little bit of a fire. Watch this. Hit and run. Start the runner. Right there, he's looking. And he just can't quite find it with his left foot. Melvin's able to beat the tag. But take a look right here. He's now going to try to catch it. Watch the left foot. Oh, wish I was a little taller. Melvin in there. So a runner in scoring position with 2 outs now.
Yeah, he eventually did get the foot to the bag, but after Melvin was safe. And here's Jay Payton, more at second, 2 down. 2 high, 1-0. Jose Lopez, the youngster from Venezuela, talking to Melvin Mora, the veteran from Venezuela. He is a good-looking player, just 23 years old. Breaking ball fouled off. Sexton over, runs out of room. Well, the Orioles on the night, 2 out of 7 with runners in scoring position. Seattle 0 for 4. And the 2 hits each drove in a run. Don McLaren has Seattle in the race in the West. Slow bouncer towards short. Betancourt has to hurry. Throws on the run. Out is the call at first base. Payton slams the helmet. He thought he was safe. But Tony Randazzo rings him up.
Yeah, I tell you, is he checking him out just to see if he's going to find him? Nice play by Betancourt. Great year with the bat. Even better year with the glove. Take a look at our Chrysler Jeep Dodge starting pitchers comparison. Pretty good one. Weaver had to get up a home run. The only run off Steve Traxel is the homerless drought is over for Raul Ibanez on 116 at bats. So again, both guys throwing a lot of strikes. Kind of belies their earned run average. And again, the ball doesn't seem like it's carrying particularly well tonight. And both of them have been able to use the big part of the ballpark here at Camden Yards, with the exception of the home run to left center field by Ibanez.
Jose Lopez takes strike one. 8-9-1 for Seattle in the fifth. Lopez flied out to Corey Patterson at center, his first at bat. There's a strike, and it's 0-2. Traxel's retired 5 in a row. The only run, the home run Jim talked about. Ibanez hit it out to left into the first row, leading off in the second.
Yeah, since then he's been able to get ahead of the hitters. That fastball in a 2-0 count to Ibanez. Hitters count. Of course, Lopez has been struggling. Hitting right at a little bit over 165 coming into tonight's game since the All-Star break.
Ground ball right back to Traxel. And he'll get Lopez. That is the third ground ball hit back at Traxel on the night. One away in the fifth.
Well, Steve learning, strike one again. So the last couple of innings, he's been able to get strike one and then be able to slow the splitter in a more of a defensive posture by the hitter. I mean, you go back to last inning, a couple of ground balls right back to him. So that tells you that he is making quality pitches. And this guy's been red hot.
Munieski Betancourt, young man out of Cuba. Jim Palmer's favorite pitch, strike one.
Well, we know it's Leo Mazzoni's.
Yes, it is.
Well, I've told this story before. Earl Weaver wanted me to do that, and I annoyed him that I would not challenge hitters early on, and he finally said, I'll tell you what, every time you throw the first pitch over, I'll give you $4. Every time you throw the first pitch for a ball, you owe me $2. So after 2 games, I think he owed me $118. He said, did you get the point? I wanted his money so badly. But he got me into thinking about what I needed to do. Strike one. Get the first out.
Well, this completes the second time through the lineup for Seattle, and Traxel's gone strike one to 12 of the 18 batters. 2/3 he has gone strike one. High fly ball, left center field. Patterson ranging over towards it. Corey has it for the out. 2 men down.
Well, just think about it. If you throw the first pitch for a strike, there is a chance they might swing it. And, of course, then you'll get the pitch count will be down. I mean, because if you look at Steve Traxel, he's very difficult for him to be able to pitch deep into the game because of the pitch count. I mean, early on when he was pitching well, 4 1/3, 102 innings. 7 innings, 102, 5 1/3, 112, 5 1/3, 111. So try to be aggressive. But again, if you command the fastball, I always thought it was the easiest pitch to command. Curveball, you just pretty much throw it down. Of course, you can see where even when he just barely misses the outside corner, Ichiro gets the call.
Trying to keep that hand dry. Foul back. Suzuki 2 for 2. He's got a couple of singles. It's his 53rd multi-hit game, which is the most in the American League. He now has 132 singles and 158 base hits. Trying to make it 7 consecutive 200-hit seasons. Look out.
Yeah, better pay attention.
There's the pitch count. 70 pitches as he works in the fifth. Which is
that's
pretty good.
Yeah, real good. I mean, anytime you can, throw 13, 14 pitches an inning.
And there's a ball hit through the middle. Suzuki has a 3-hit night.
Well, when I look at Ichiro, I look a little bit at Rod Carew, even though Ichiro can steal more bases. And Carew won 7 batting titles. And there's a splitter outside for ball one. There's a splitter for a strike. He fouls it off. See the target. Hits it into the stands. And right here, gets one in the middle of the plate and he hits it right back up the middle. But we played a slow pitch softball game. Rod Carew could not hit slow pitch softball. So we decided that the next year, and Tom Phoebus, who hailed from Baltimore, had that big, slow overhand curveball. He could never hit Phoebe. We just figured, you know what, we might as well lob it up there. The guy's going to win a batting title anyway. They should tell Ichiro what's coming. Here's another meatball right down the middle.
Bounce towards first. That's foul.
You're going to have to learn Japanese to be able to have him understand you. He does speak English, though.
Well, didn't you say you had a conversation with him in Seattle?
Yeah. But apparently, and I was reading an article when we were out there a week before last, when he talks to the press, he does it through an interpreter because he doesn't want his words misinterpreted. And, very precise, of course, is kind of the way he hits. Yeah, you would think this would be a running situation.
In Tampa, Akinori Iwamura did the same thing. Buck met him the other day at the batting cage, and he met him through his interpreter. So it was a three-way conversation. 0-1 on Jose Vidro. Traxel keeping Suzuki close. He did steal a base in the first inning. His 31st on the year. Seattle has 5 hits in the game, and Suzuki has 3 of them. Nothing in one on Vidro, the switch hitter batting left. Pitch out, Suzuki not going. A ball and a strike on Jose Vidro.
Yeah, I think the important thing here is obviously Ichiro can steal bases. He's already done that. But with 2 outs, while you're concerned about Ichiro, you don't want to give him a running lead. The guy at the plate is the guy you have to worry about, because if you get him out, inning's over. So he's got a huge lead at first. Make him stop and get Vidro out. And that's not always easy. As we mentioned, came into this game 6 for 15 against the Orioles. Walked and singled.
Vidro singled in the 3rd, extending a hitting streak to 9 straight games.
Yeah, talking in Seattle, it took him a while to become accustomed to being a DH.
Longtime National League second baseman with Montreal and then with the Nationals.
Yeah, a couple of all-star games. He had some marvelous years for the Expos. There's right there, right outside corner. Hit it.
Let's flick it the other way. Leo Mazzoni's second favorite pitch.
Well,
the first one, strike one. The second one is a down and away.
Yeah, right. And because what it does, and Jeff Pentland, who's the hitting instructor here in Seattle, said, I wish my pitchers would come watch me do my toss drills. Soft. He said, when I put the ball down and away to them, it's hard for them to hit that. And, of course, a lot of American League hitters or pitchers don't hit. So they don't really get a chance, even though we did see, of course, Eric Dard had a nice productive interleague. Daniel Cabrera. We never want him getting close to the batter's box. But again, the low and away ball, it forces the hitter to have almost perfect mechanics to be able to hit that pitch and be successful with it.
Won't chase, outside, ball 3. Well, Suzuki will be running now, full count with 2 men down. Millar telling Traxel he's going to move behind the runner.
Yeah, Brian Roberts, after the last base hit by Vidro, has moved a couple of steps into the hole. So they're playing Vidro to pull. Any ground ball up the middle is going to be a base hit.
Here's the 3-2, and it's low, ball 4. So Vidro, for a second time tonight, draws a walk. Traxel's walked 2 each time. It's been Vidro. So in a 2-1 game, tying run now at second, go ahead run at first with 2 men down. Dave Tremblay looking on from the Orioles bench.
Well, if you want to circle a guy in their lineup that has not been productive to this point, it's Jose Guillen. I mean, he came up with runners at first and second the first inning, first and second the third inning, and both times Steve Traxel's been able to get him out. Once a double play ball, once a fly ball.
Ground ball, base hit right field. Markakis charging, Suzuki heading to the plate, and Markakis holds on to the baseball, fires back into second base. So a 2-out RBI single by Guillen ties the game at 2.
Well, great approach. Rolled over on a splitter the first time for the double play ball, and then here's just your fastball outside part of the plate. Again, we talked so much about what happens, and what's your approach here? They sit outside, probably didn't get it right on the corner, and then, Ichiro got such a good jump. He bobbles the ball in his glove, and that changes the dynamics. And, this is, again, a very difficult ballpark to sometimes take 2 bases. But when he doesn't field it cleanly, no chance to throw him out.
And the 2-out walk got that runner in the scoring position, and Guillen delivers him. So here is Adrian Beltre now. Beltre struck out in the first, flied out to deep center field in the third. Just missed a 3-run home run his last at bat. Outside 1-0. Well, Seattle now has 6 hits. Traxel's walked 2, and the walk in this inning was costly because it moved Suzuki in the scoring position, where he's now scored on the base hit by Guillen. Ball 2.
Yeah, the one thing this team does, I mean, they're 10th in runs. When you talk about the Mariners, the Orioles are 12th in runs in the American League. Home runs, Orioles are 12th. The Mariners are 10th. But what they do pretty well is runners in scoring position. They're about 12 points higher at 286 than the Orioles. It's not always the home runs there. It's Jeff Pentland, their hitting instructor, landing on the railing.
Ball.
There's Jeff, who's been around. He was actually the hitting instructor when Sammy Sosa had a couple of those 60 home run seasons.
He doesn't look like he's having a good night.
Well, they probably, Steve Traxel is very deliberate. He's rooting for his guy to get a hit. There's a good pitch right outside corner. Now the scoreboard has the count at 2-2.
It's 3-1.
Yeah. And that's his best year. That got him. You can see there, tied the Hall of Famer Mike Schmidt, most home runs ever by a third baseman in the National League, and it got him the big contract here with the Mariners. And the home runs have gone down demonstratively. A much bigger ballpark.
Well, he had 48 home runs that year with the Dodgers. In his first 2 years in Seattle combined, he had 44. Yeah. 4 fewer than the big year with Los Angeles. Roller foul on the third base side.
Well, the game has changed, as we know. Testing and things like that. And you have no way of knowing if that was just hard work and a great year. And he also hit well over 330 that year. And of course, the Mariners thought that, obviously Dodger Stadium probably a little bit better hitter's ballpark. Mariners, one of a beautiful ballpark, but it's probably more pitcher friendly than most of the new parks. But he can pick it over third.
Runners go on 3-2, and it's hit to right. Markakis backs up, now waits, and he has it for the out. So the Mariners, with a 2-out rally, get a run in, middle of the 5th, 2-2 game.
Welcome back to the yard. We have a tied game in the bottom of the fifth, and for another perspective, I'm joined by Orioles broadcaster Fred Manfred. I haven't talked to Fred in a while, and
well, welcome back.
Well, thank you. It's good to see you again. Now, two older pitchers. It's taken a long time for this game.
Well, I'll tell you, if you're pitching in 95-degree weather with about 98% humidity, you would slow down as well. And normally, Steve Traxel very deliberate, but taking his time and doing a pretty good job tonight.
That's true. The Orioles batters, though, been able to take advantage of Weaver a bit, but some runners left on base maybe need to take advantage more.
Well, Jeff Weaver has struggled all this year. He's not the guy that the Mariners had hoped would kind of anchor their staff. And the Orioles have to take advantage of him. And he's starting to have that pitch count rung up. It's the same way with Traxel, so we'll see how it goes the rest of the way.
All right, tied game. Something's got to give. Maybe it'll be Brian Roberts. Thanks for being here, Fred.
My pleasure. Good to see you back.
Thank you. Let's go back to Jim.
All right, Amber, thank you. Thank you, Fred. As Brian Roberts leads off of the fifth. Now a tie game 2-2. Brian doubled in the first inning and struck out with a couple of men on in the second. Orioles have had hits in each inning tonight, but they've scored only 2 runs. Weaver's done a very good job wiggling out of trouble. 1-2 to count. 30 years old now, 6'5", 200. 88 wins, 111 losses in his career. And just the one winning season when he went 14-11 with the Dodgers in 2005. Ball 2 strikes on Roberts. And he fouls it off to stay alive.
Yeah, I watched his brother pitch last night against the Red Sox, and I always thought his brother was a little more overpowering. Another one, number 1 draft choice, but 89 miles per hour. Never got over 90. But they're very much alike because they change speeds well. Both turn their back on the hitters. Can't do that, of course, when runners get on. I guess you can. You just don't ever throw anybody out. And there's another breaking ball and a good one to Brian Roberts. That's how he struck out the last time.
2 strikeouts by Weaver, both Brian Roberts.
Well, they talk about tilt. So he drops down, but able to get on top of that slider enough to have it go down and across the strike zone. So it starts out a strike and ends up a ball down and in. Perfect 2-strike pitch.
Corey Patterson now 1 down. Breaking ball for a strike. Corey doubled in the third. Batting average up to 269.
He ended up at 276 last year.
Well, he was at 205 when Dave Tremblay took over. Yeah, some kind of a turnaround.
Well, playing just about every day.
Just did get a piece to stay alive. Going after that high fastball. Weaver 2 strikeouts, has not walked the batter. He's allowed 2 runs on 7 hits. And he got him. Stayed upstairs, and Corey swung through it. 2 men down on back-to-back strikeouts. Well, the next Orioles fireworks night, mark your calendar, is Friday, August 24th, when the Orioles host the Minnesota Twins. All fans attending the game at 7:05. And stick around afterwards and enjoy a dazzling fireworks display, all presented by AAA. You can end your summer with a bang here at Oriole Park. For tickets, 888-848-BIRD or online, Orioles.com. Nick Markakis now, 2 outs, none on. Weaver does not have a 3-up, 3-down inning yet on the night. He's retired the first 2. Markakis' RBI single in the third gave the Orioles a 2-1 lead at the time. Seattle has come back to tie.
Well, the Mariners, their strength when it comes to pitching is their bullpen. 23-7, 3.66 earned run average,
Bounce towards second base. To his left is Lopez. They'll flip it to first, and the Orioles, for the first time tonight, go 3 up, 3 down. We played 5 2-2 games. Well, Jim, let's get a look at our Nissan in-game box scores. The Mariners come to bat in the 6th.
Well, 2-2 ball game, and of course Ichiro stolen base, couple of hits. Vidro been on base all 3 times. Guillen with the hit to tie it up, and of course Ibanez 116 at bats without a home run until he came up and hit that home run to left center field off of Steve Traxel, and he'll lead it off here in the 6th inning.
Ibanez 1 out of 2 with that home run, his 7th home run on the year. To center field, Patterson backtracking on the ball, and he runs it down onto the warning track. Traxel has been fortunate tonight. There have been 3 of those that have been hit out that way that the ballpark held.
Well, that's if you walk into this ballpark, you go, where do I want him to hit it? So once again, another first pitch strikes, 1 pitch, 1 out. And that's what you need to do on a hot night like this. If you're not going to stand out there and condition yourself to throw 125 to 140 pitches, you better throw it over early in the count, or the bullpen will come to the rescue.
Richie Sexson is 0 for 2. Sexson really struggling at the plate. He's now 0 for his last 15 and 2 for his last 27. You know, there's a phrase with certain types of hitters that they're all or nothing hitters. And because of the struggles with the average this year, you look at Sexson, he has 69 hits, 34 extra base hits, 35 singles. So he has, this year anyway, become one of those types of hitters.
Yeah, it just doesn't look comfortable. I mean, it doesn't look like there's any separation. You know, a normal swing, I don't care who you are, what happens is somewhere you have to trigger the bat. You have to pick up your front foot, or you slide it, or there's a weight shift. And even right there, a big curve ball, it looked almost like he swung down.
Tough first half and even tougher second half. Appeal denied on the check swing. Well, Sexton signed with Seattle as a free agent. This is his 3rd year.
This is what Tony Randazzo is looking at. He easily could have called that a swing. It's, again, not whether you break your wrist, it's how far the bat travels. And that bat out in front of home plate, not by much. So there's a hanging curveball. I mean, normally, I still remember about, 5-6 years ago when the strike zone was about the size of an 8x10 sheet of paper? It really was. You know, before Sandy Alderson came in and actually had the umpires say, we're going to call balls over the plate and we're not going to give you pitches off the plate, and so on and so on. But you know, you would look at strike zones and you would figure, well, somewhere you're going to get a pitch to drive. And for Sexton, it just doesn't look like he can get any kind of rhythm with a swing, because he can hit the ball out anywhere. I mean, tremendous power to center field, right center field. You know, usually a typical year for him is somewhere around 36 home runs.
There's a base hit. That one out over the plate. He rips it in the left field for a 1-out single. Now, don't miss your chance to try the all-you-can-eat left field club. You'll get the left field club seat and access to the exclusive club level, plus an all-you-can-eat pass for unlimited hot dogs, nachos, popcorn, peanuts, ice cream, soda, and more. All for just $35 in advance, $40 on game days. Now, tickets through the rest of 2007 are going fast, so call the Orioles at 888-84-8-BIRD or get online Orioles.com. Perfect for families coming to the ballgame. Kenji Jojima batting now, runner on and one down.
Yeah, I'd love to have him another ground ball to shortstop, which is what he's done, and that pitch right on the outside corner doesn't get called. That would turn a double play ball. And of course, Traxel has never beaten the Mariners, and not a lot of starts. 0-4 with an ERA of over 8 runs a game, and Weaver hasn't won on the road this year. So both of these guys trying to hang around to get a win tonight. As we know, all it takes is, in a close game, clutch hit, well, maybe a looping double or something.
Jojima's trying to extend a hitting streak to 9 consecutive games. Jojima played 11 seasons in Japan before coming over to Seattle, and there's the pitch count per inning. Inside 2-1. Last year, as a major league rookie, he had 18 home runs. But certainly not a rookie in experience, having played 11 years in Japan. One and two the count on him, with Sexton at first and one down. 2-2. Several times tonight he's been able to get ahead, only to see the batter get back in the at-bat. And the bullpen now is going to get busy behind Steve Traxel in the 6th inning. He has really slowed down his pace now on this hot night. Bounce towards third, foul.
Well, again, I think this is I don't know if you have to pitch this pedantically, but I think what you do as we watch is Parrish and Paul Shuey, and Parrish the lefty and Paul the right-handed pitcher, is that the scoreboard a lot of times dictates how you have to pitch. And of course for Steve, he's still just trying to make the perfect pitch, somehow get them to induce him to hit a ground ball. Jojima roll over one again. He's gotten him out on splitters the first 2 times up, which is a great pitch to throw if you make a good pitch with it. If you hang it, a whole different story.
Ground ball towards third, off the glove of Moore down the line. Melvin running after it, heading to third is Sexton, and going to second base is Jojima. Now that is a double down the line. Melvin going towards the line, got his glove on it, but he couldn't field it.
I'll take a look. Again, a lot of times it's one play, so you're pretty set. And again, the ball that he doesn't catch. And I think the reason he doesn't catch it, looks like it's catchable, but it's got topspin. But at the end, it's a ball that he could have caught, doesn't catch. And again, we talk about 2-2 ball game, tie game. It's a hit here, 22nd double by Jojima. Just a ball he's able to get enough on it to get it by Melvin Moore. If you catch that ball, I don't know if you'll get 2, but you'll certainly have a chance to turn the double play because it was hit so sharply.
Brings up Jose Lopez, second and third, one down in this tie game. Lopez bounced back to the mound his last at-bat after flying out to center field in the 2nd inning. Second and third, one out. And what you're also doing here now is you're getting closer and closer to turning the lineup over again. There's the numbers with runners in scoring position on the night. The one base hit drove in a run. That was Guillen in the 5th inning. Sexton at third, Jojima at second, 1 down.
And Lopez 0 for his last 15. So, in a sense, he's the guy you want up there.
Sharply at to third. Melvin Mora will freeze the runners and get it to first. 2 men down. That ball was smoked. Nicely done by Melvin Mora. 2 outs.
Well, they call it the hot corner. I remember when they took Dick Allen, put him over third base, he said it's not that hard to play. You either catch it or you don't. So right here, just kind of brace yourself softly off the web of the glove, the heel of the glove. Keep your body in front of it. Make sure that you smother it. And again, you know, the ball's hit hard enough. You know that the runner's not going because you can see out of the corner of your eye. So a nice pitch by Traxel.
And now, with an out, he can get out of the inning. Yuniesky Betancourt 0 for 2 on the night, but he has been on fire in the number 9 spot for Seattle. There's a strike. Inside corner fastball, 0-1.
Well, he came in 12 for 22 just to, you know, in his last couple of 4 or 5 games. And I mean, red hot. But on the year, 362 with runners in scoring position. An article up in the Seattle Times talking about how last year he tailed off in the month of September. So a little bit more gym work to try to stay strong throughout. And we saw it up in Seattle. I mean, forget the 2 home runs hit against the Red Sox. He beat Burris with a double off the top of the wall and a hanging curveball after he had taken a low and away fastball and pulled it into left field the time before. So at 25, learning how to hit in the big leagues. Very, very good defensive shortstop. And of course, it doesn't hurt to hit in front of Ichiro, because 2-1 right here. Ichiro's on deck. He's 3 for 3. If you're Steve Traxel, you have to throw a strike before you get to Ichiro.
Ichiro 3 hits on the night, waits on deck. Traxel staying from the stretch with the runners at second and third. Ball 3, wouldn't chase. Betancourt defected from Cuba. He escaped from the Cuban national team, got to Mexico, and then he signed with Seattle in 2005. And he was in the big leagues by the time that year was over. He now lives in Florida in the offseason. Outside ball 4, and he walked him to bring up Ichiro with the bases loaded.
Yeah, so if you're Dave Tremblay, you look at the numbers, and Ichiro's 2 for 6 off of Parrish with a home run. Now, but he's 3-3 tonight against Steve Traxel. So again, you know, I know that Steve will want to stay out there, but I can't imagine he's going to leave him in because of what's happened tonight. I mean, he hadn't missed a pitch, hasn't swung through a pitch, so it's not the ideal numbers. And of course, Parrish has been known to walk people, but again, lack of run support. If you're Dave Tremblay, you got to go to the bullpen.
Traxel leaves the bases loaded. 2-2 game. Parrish comes on in the 6th. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Big moment in this game as Seattle batting here in the sixth. They've loaded the bases. And John Parrish comes on in relief of Steve Traxel, trying to keep this a 2-2 game.
Yeah, the one thing you look at, of course, are base on balls, 33 base on balls in 40 innings. He gets righties out, 224. Lefties hit 264 off him. Ichiro doesn't really matter. He's hitting almost the same. Steve Traxel, once again, pitched pretty well. They got him 3 runs up in Boston, 2 tonight. Bases loaded full of Mariners. And, of course, Ichiro 2 for 6 lifetime with a home run off of John Parrish. Parrish has only thrown 1 home run to left-handers all year long.
So here's Suzuki. He's had a perfect night. 3 for 3, all 3 singles. And Parrish misses inside, 1-0. And Traxel leaves the game, and he walked the number 9 batter to allow the inning to continue to load the bases to bring Seattle's best hitter to the plate.
And that's why he is no longer there. To a guy that's already 3 for 3. You can't leave him in. I mean, you just got to hope that John Parrish is having one of those nights where he throws strikes, and he does right there. Good low and away fastball. Need an atom ball. Well, I mean, that's what you root for. And, you know, nobody's rooting for it more than Steve Traxel. Sometimes you pitch for no decisions. This is one of those nights, not losses. It's up to your bullpen. Mariners a better bullpen than the Orioles, but obviously that could change. I think the one thing Dave Tremblay said, Chris Ray out and all that, he said everybody has to do their job, and they're going to kind of know what their job is. And for Shuey and Parrish, it's this time of the game. Very difficult.
Bouncer right back to Parrish. He gloves and throws to first to get out of it. What a job by Parrish getting a dangerous hitter out as Suzuki bounces right back and Parrish gloves it and gets his man at first. So Seattle strands the bases loaded, middle of the sixth, and a 2-2 game.
Look at our Geico game summary. Early lead. The Orioles would come back after the home run by Ibanez. Tejada singled. And his third inning. Right here, Nick Markakis will put the Orioles ahead 2-1. Single to center field. Corey Patterson led off with double. And then right here, Guillen, who had been 0 for 2. Double play ball fly out. He scores Ichiro to tie it up 2-2. And then John Parrish, bases loaded. Ichiro Suzuki 3 for 3 tonight. Pretty good numbers against Parrish. Good pitch, better fielding, and they're out of the jam.
Ball 1 to Kevin Millar leading off in the Orioles sixth. Seattle has left 8 men on. Traxel had 1 3-up 3-down inning. Seattle had hits in each of their other 5 at-bats, but Steve did a very good job of limiting the damage, and Parrish got the big out to strand the bases loaded. Breaking ball swung through, 1-1 on Millar. Well, Weaver's still out there in the 6th inning. He struck out 3, still has not walked a batter. Little low, ball 2. Millar still looking for his first August home run. He has 10 home runs on the year. His last came July 27th. And there's a base hit to left field. Another tomahawk base hit for Kevin Millar.
We'll take a look at our Nissan in-game box score, and that will be the first hit ever against Jeff Weaver by Kevin Millar, and it will go into his hit column. So Patterson, nice night. Markakis with an RBI. Couldn't get it done the first time. Huff's red hot. Everybody, with the exception of Jay Payton, on the scoreboard. But, you know, he hits now even at 8-8. Again, it's a good start in a tie ball game in the 6th inning.
Brings up Miguel Tejada with a man on. Breaking ball for a strike, 0-1.
We talked about coming out hitting early on that slider machine, and Terry Crowley said for some reason, even though you follow the slider, you let it travel deep and hit it up the middle or to right field, he said it seems like when Miguel works on that, when the game starts, he's very quick with the bat. Pulls balls. That's going to be 2.
Betancourt goes to the bag, fires to first, 2 men down.
Well, that's pretty nice. Nice little slider right there. And I mean, Betancourt and Beltry, pretty good left side of the infield for the Mariners. It almost looked like it was a hit and run because Betancourt going back up the middle, and the ball is hit almost to where he was going. So base hit. A race by the double play ball. Boy, is that nice. When you're pitching, get the leadoff guy, the next guy hits in the double play ball.
Aubrey Huff takes a breaking ball for a strike. Aubrey 1 out of 2 on the night. He's now hitting 5 straight games. Bounces it foul as quickly 0-2. Melvin Mora continues to lead the Orioles in home runs. He has 13. Despite the fact that he missed basically all of July with the foot injury. Melvin is on deck. Markakis has 11 and Millar has 10. They are the 3 hitters in double digits in home runs.
And you always talk about how tough it is to compete in the American League East. How about the Yankees? What, eight games going into, they ended up beating Toronto 5-4 yesterday, but they had scored 102 runs in 8 games. Matsui, since July 1st, more home runs than any of the Orioles, 14 in a month plus. Hit his 100th lifetime home run as a Yankee. There you go. Didn't take him long.
Another lead in Toronto. The Yankees are really breathing down Boston's neck. They're now 6 out.
Well, half a game back in the wild card, too. They are on a mission.
Tonight they're hitting and pitching. Curveball fouled off. That's the one thing that some of the skeptics are wondering is, you know, it's great that you could score all those runs, but can you get into the postseason by simply outslugging your opponents?
Well, you may be
sooner
able
or later
get,
you got to pitch.
You may get there, but I think usually in the postseason how your starting pitchers match up.
There's a base hit to right field for Aubrey Huff.
Or just think about it. Leo Mazzoni, of course, a big part of all those division winnings, but it seemed like Atlanta never had a closer to compare with a lot of the teams they were trying to beat in the postseason. So Aubrey just on fire. He thinks he can get a base hit every time up. So you make a little bit of an adjustment. It allows you to stay back just a little bit and allows you to keep your hands back.
Rafael Chavez, the pitching coach for Seattle, on the phone to the bullpen. There is activity in the Seattle bullpen. Here's Melvin Mora. Breaking ball hits the outside corner. That's a pretty good pitch for Weaver tonight.
It's probably been his best pitch. George Sherrill, the left-hander, and he's rubbing the ball up.
There's Ryan Roland Smith.
Is that O'Flaherty? O'Flaherty, yeah, O'Flaherty, or is that Roland? Yeah, O'Flaherty 7-0. Up to a pretty good start in his first year, wouldn't you say? 7-0. Good luck with the Irish.
Seven-man bullpen, 3 left-handed, 4 right-handed pitchers. Throw behind the runner, and Huff is safe. Seattle tonight is playing a man short, as Jojima trying to catch Huff going too far in the secondary lead. And he got back in a hurry.
Now I wonder, are we describing the way he got back super slow-mo, or is that actually...
I think that's an industry term, not a personal opinion. 1-2 on Mora.
Ooh. Well, he drops down, and again, it throws it up over Melvin's head. Jojima, he's had, as you mentioned early on, about 5 innings ago, he's been all over the place, mainly because of his fastball command. He moves down and away, and he throws it up and in. I mean, way up and in. I think a lot of that comes from just trying to overthrow your fastball because you're 2-10, ERA over 6 runs a game. Don't trust it.
Line drive, base hit left field. 3rd hit in the inning, so that double play ball huge now for Weaver as Huff goes to second and Moore on at first. So Melvin a multi-hit game. Huff has a multi-hit game. And the Orioles have something going here with 2 men down. There's Rafael Chavez out for a chat.
Yeah, a little talk about how they want to pitch for Ramon Hernandez. Ramon with a single to right the first time.
He drove in the Orioles' first run in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Mentioned Seattle is 1 man short at least for today, because Ben Broussard had to return back to Seattle. His wife Brenda gave birth to their 2nd daughter yesterday. And Broussard had traveled here with the team and had to go right back. So they have a 3-man bench tonight playing a man short. Jim mentioned Broussard, a bench player on this team.
Yeah, but recently getting a chance to play a little bit more.
Strike 1 to Ramon Hernandez.
He had a very, very good year last year, coming over from Cleveland and then to Seattle. Big, strong left-handed hitter.
Huff at second, Mora at first with 2 men down.
Again, a slow runner at second and good arms in the outfield except for left field.
0-2. Weaver trying to get out of a jam. Orioles now have 10 base hits, 3 in this inning. They got 3 hits in the 2nd inning, scored only once. Huff was caught at the plate on the slow roller by Jay Payton. And they have 3 hits in this inning, but the double play helped out Weaver. Too tight, 1-2. Ramon over the last 8 games has been one of the Orioles' hottest hitters and did come through in the 2nd inning with an RBI hit. 1 for 2 on the night. A little low with that sidearm breaking ball, 2-2. Weaver disagreed with the call of Larry Vanover. He stared in at the home plate umpire.
Yeah, I think of the way I have it, I think the Orioles are like 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Make it, actually, I guess it would be 2 for 6, and they're 1 for 7.
Outside, ball 3, and this big help for the Orioles here because now on a 3-2 pitch with 2 men down, the runners get a head start.
And of course, Payton on deck, and they only have the left-hander, at least I believe they only have a left-hander up in the bullpen. No Flaherty throwing. So Everybody gets to run.
The runners go, and a base hit up the middle for Hernandez. Aubrey Huff will score more to third, and the Orioles get the lead back. Tremendous at-bat for Ramon Hernandez, and on a 3-2 pitch, he drives it through the middle to give the Orioles the lead.
We've been talking all night long about fastball command. Eventually, Weaver goes away from the slider and back to the fastball, and it ends up right in the middle of the plate. Very similar to the RBI hit by Ramon early on in the game. Watch this ball run right back into the middle of the plate, and he hits it right back where it came from. Boom. Now that batting average getting closer to 270 just about every game that he plays. So not as much power as last year, and Huff 3-2 running, easily scores.
Jay Payton takes a strike, so a big 2-out hit for Ramon gets the Orioles the lead back. Ramon a 2 RBI night, and here's Jay Payton, the lone Oriole without a base hit in this game.
Well, and also by not having a right-hander up, you get an extra at bat right here. I mean, I got to think he's gassed. You know, pitch count about 103, giving up the third run, but no righty to pitch to Payton. Now the left-hander up because you were thinking about, okay, well, what's going to happen with Brian Roberts? You'd like to turn him around. So Flaherty, he's been up throwing for about 7 minutes. That's like an hour in this heat. He's ready. Melvin at third. Ramon at first.
Ooh. Payton thought it was outside, and Larry Vanover called it a strike. Jay thought he had the count to 2-1. Instead, it's 1-2.
Yeah, big difference. You can judge for yourself. Look at the glove right on the corner. He only moved it about 4 inches.
Payton stunned to hear a strike. That one a little farther outside, he lays off. So 2-2 on Jay Payton. Weaver trying to hang on and stay in this game. The Orioles starter, Steve Traxel, has pitched to a no decision. Parrish, the pitcher of record at the moment for the Orioles. Weaver, the pitcher of record for Seattle. Outside, ball 3. Now Weaver's staying with that slider. He got a borderline call for strike 2, but has since missed with back-to-back sliders. Now Melvin Mora at third is not forced, so he'll stay put, but Ramon Hernandez will be off on the pitch. A full count with 2 men down. And poked foul to stay alive. Been an interesting game. Only 3-2, and you look down, and each team has had base runners all over the place all game long.
Well, 19 hits in this game. Both teams have, as you mentioned, the Mariners have left 8. The Orioles only 4 to this point.
Fisted foul back of the plate.
Well, you get the idea if you watch this confrontation, or anytime Jay Payton hits, he is a very free swinger. I mean, he doesn't have to be. I mean, he's probably a better high ball hitter out over the plate. But he doesn't walk a lot. You wind up, he starts swinging. And that's just the way he's been since he's been in the American League.
Hernandez runs. High fly ball to center field. Suzuki is right there. And he puts it away for the out. So the Orioles strand 2. However, Ramon Hernandez with his second RBI single on the night has put the Orioles back on top. 3-2 Birds. Well, fans, we invite you to come out to Oriole Park Saturday, August 25th to watch former Oriole B.J. Surhoff get inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame prior to the game against the Twins at 7:05. B.J., very popular former Oriole, will be honored in a special ceremony. And on Friday, August 24th, you can join the Oriole Advocates for a special luncheon honoring Surhoff, as well as former Orioles broadcaster Bill O'Donnell. For tickets and more information, 888-848-BIRD, or just go online at Orioles.com. Double barrel action in the bullpen. Jamie Walker has joined Paul Shuey. Parrish stays on. Vidro, a switch hitter, will lead off, so this will flip Vidro over to the other side. Back-to-back righties behind Vidro. Parrish got the final out in the sixth and stranded the bases loaded, and he gets ahead 0-1.
Yeah, a huge out. B.J. Surhoff, actually a picture in USA Today. They were talking about people that were drafted before Barry Bonds. And B.J. one of them. Number 1 draft choice.
Slow roller towards third. Moore will have to hurry. Throws on the run, and he got him. Well, tomorrow we have a very good pitching matchup as Jeremy Guthrie goes against the youngster Felix Hernandez. I hope he didn't bring that train with him from Seattle.
You don't like that, do you? Of course, Guthrie pitching very, very well. He will be going after his 8th win of the season, and Felix Hernandez, the youngster, there's his record. And Jeremy with an ERA of almost a run lower. And of course, Hernandez, in his last game, Jay Gibbons turned a possible win with a 3-run home run down the right field line. So John Parrish comes in the matchups. He gets Ichiro out. That's not easy. Paul Shuey will come on.
3-2 lead for the Orioles. Shuey coming on in the 7th. Before Cal was inducted into the Hall of Fame, Ernie Tyler worked his final game, which ended his consecutive game streak. That was on July the 27th, 3,769 consecutive games, so he could attend the Hall of Fame induction. And prior to the game today, the Orioles honored Ernie Tyler for his long service. Mike Flanagan presenting him with a jersey, 3819. That's the total number of games he's worked, including postseason and the All-Star game. But nice ceremony before the game, and Ernie Tyler, a tremendous employee for the Orioles over the years, as Tejada gets it across and throws it by Millar, and Guillen will reach.
Yeah, I don't know if Guillen got hurt or not, and of course a bullet to shortstop, and again, when you play deep, and I don't know if maybe Millar tripped him because he's anticipating that throw heading towards the Oriole dugout. So again, the minute you kind of hit that grass, it's not easy to keep your feet. So right there, trying to get up. And then the low throw, it's a little bit offline. And right here, Millar, I don't know what happened. It didn't look like he He reaches out, hits the front of the bag, and just stumbles a little bit.
That is a base hit for Guillen.
You know, and it's kind of unusual that that ball actually hit the railing over there. I mean, there's a camera well, and if it goes in between the bars, it would have been the runner would have been awarded second base. So there's a throw going by him, and I think he just hit the front of the bag, and of course when that happens, so watch here now. Watch where the ball goes. If we can just see, it hits right underneath. It goes in there. The runner goes all the way to second base. Now he's
and extending his leg to try to beat that out. He kind of short hopped the bag. He's trying to convince McLaren that he's okay to stay in.
Well, you know, runners will tell you the hard thing about this, and you can see him watching the throw, okay, is if you do a stutter step, it takes a little bit longer to get there. So the long stride, and he hits the front of the bag and probably just maybe tweaked one of the hamstrings. So able to, at least for the moment, stay in the game. So Paul Shuley, who came in the game where the Orioles give up 9 runs, pitched very well on Saturday, but the 2 previous games, 6 runs in 2 appearances. He came in one of those games in Boston where the bullpen gave up 4 runs. And
breaking ball in there for a strike. Now you were talking about B.J. Surhoff, who will be honored here with his induction into the Orioles Hall of Fame. That draft in which he went number 1 overall, Barry Bonds in that draft went 6th overall. But what was more interesting about that draft is that Walt Weiss, who was BJ's teammate at North Carolina, he went 11th overall. And it was Brian Roberts' father who coached them in North Carolina. Ball gets away from Hernandez, and getting down to second base is Guillen. That's a wild pitch, allowing the tying run into scoring position. And when Brian's dad recruited both Walt Weiss and B.J. Surhoff at the time, they were both shortstops. Yeah. Well, only one of them was going to play shortstop. And it ended up being Walt Weiss. Surhoff went behind the plate, learned how to catch, and he ended up becoming the number 1 overall pick in that draft because of how he could hit as a catcher.
And then, of course, when he came here, he started playing third base, very good at third. Then he moved to left field, very good in left.
Well, you think Brian's dad had an eye for talent?
Yeah.
He recruited both those shortstops out of the suburbs of New York City, and they both went in the first round of the same draft.
I don't know, Weiss was, Rookie of the Year with Oakland.
Right.
They had Canseco, McGuire, and then Walt Weiss, probably 88, I would think.
The Bonds went number 6 in that round. Surhoff went first. That was also the Will Clark, Barry Larkin draft. Tapper foul. Beltre stays alive. And just to give you an idea of how times have changed, B.J. was drafted, and an hour after he was drafted, he signed. $150,000 bonus.
Well, Scott Boras wasn't in the business then. Well, let's see.
Joe Jordan, are you listening?
Well, you got 8 days to sign your. Oh, big strikeout right there. Good splitter.
No, I'm just saying how the times have changed.
Oh, I know that. Well, there's no doubt about it.
Big out for Shuey.
Yeah. Oh, Paul Shuey, very disappointed up in Boston. He said, you know what, we were in a position to win the game, and he said, I gave up a couple of hits. Great splitter right there. Split-fingered fastball. Looks like a fastball. This is 88 miles per hour. And then dives. And that ball did.
Well, Shuey does his job. He allows a hit, but he gets a big out. And with the Banez coming up, we'll get Jamie Walker. Tremblay using the bullpen. Tying run at second. 2 men down for Walker. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Baltimore Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Baltimore Orioles. A good game. 3-2, seventh inning. Jamie Walker comes on to face Ibanez. Walker has been fantastic for the Orioles.
Yeah, 19 straight scoreless appearances, and of course, he's come on with 19 runners in scoring position, and only 9 of them have scored. A lot of those early on in the season. So again, you start looking at matchups. Lefty versus lefty. Ibanez had broke his 116 at plate appearances without a home run, with hitting one off a Traxel left center field.
There's Walker's troop. And a big breaking ball swung through.
Yeah, the numbers favor Jamie Walker. 2 for 15 lifetime. Well, last year, Ibanez having his best season ever. 33 home runs, 123 RBIs. Hurt his shoulder in spring training on a check swing. Has not hit for power. But what he has done very well is hit with runners in scoring position. 315 on the season. So a lot of RBIs, but home runs down.
Ball and a strike on Ibanez. Deep to right field. Back it goes. It is out of here. Ibanez hits his second home run on the night, and Seattle has taken the lead.
Well, Jamie Walker will be the first guy to tell you cannot throw a more hittable breaking ball if you try. And he didn't. It's just a hanging, lazy, get me under slider, and right here, I mean, this ball is just going to hover around the hitting zone, and Ibanez, I mean, he doesn't have a choice. You got to hit this ball out. It just doesn't change playing. So 2 home runs after going 116 at bats without one.
And 3 of the 4 RBIs for Seattle, and the Mariners now on top. Yeah, because Weaver hung around to get out of the 6th, he's now the pitcher of record on the plus side. So that ends the streak for Walker. 19 consecutive scoreless appearances for Jamie prior to that home run.
Well, that's the way the game is. You know, his intent was to throw him a slider that he'd get on top. He got underneath it, it hung. And good hitters, and Ibanez is one of them. They don't miss those kind of pitches.
Sexton deep to left field. Payton looking back on it, and that's off the wall. Jay plays the carom and fires back in, and Sexton puts on the brakes and gets back to first base for the long single. Well, that ball was hit hard, right off the wall. Payton knew it was going to be over his head, so he set up for the carom. It was either going to go out and the carom back to him.
Yeah, you don't have much choice if you're Jay Payton. You just turn around to see if it's going out, and when it does, pick it up and sling it into second, and that's what he does. Pretty accurate throw right on the. You can see Millar probably yelling at Brian Roberts.
And we got a pinch runner now. Sexton will leave, and Willie Bloomquist will come on to pinch run, one of the 3 players available on the bench tonight for Seattle. So Seattle has hit 2 home runs tonight. The Orioles have not hit one out. Both home runs from Raul Ibanez, and Mariners now lead it 4-3 as Jojima fouls it back. So Bloomquist, the pinch runner. He's the utility man on this club. Off-speed pitch fouled off, 0-2 on Jojima.
Yeah, kind of a local guy, Bremerton, Washington. So he's been with Seattle now, since 2003. 4 home runs and 917 bats coming in this year. So he's always been a guy that just can steal bases. Yeah, 13 out of 15, 14 out of 15, 16 out of 19. Can play the infield, can play the outfield. Let's see. I would wonder. I guess if he's coming in, he'll probably go to left field, and Ibanez may come to first. That's one of the choices for John McLaren.
Nothing and 2 on Kenji Jojima's 1 out of 3. Each team now with 11 hits. Seattle with a 4-3 lead.
Well, they've hit 2 home runs.
Blomquist goes, line drive, base hit left field. Payton running it down. The throw will come into third. Blomquist gets to third. So on a 0-2 count, Jojima is able to single.
Well, the one thing about Jamie Walker, he is not going to overpower you. So it's making quality pitches. Didn't make one to Ibanez. That's just the way the game is sometimes. You know, Dave Tremblay brought him in to match up. Ibanez was 2 for 15 against him, but he got a good pitch to hit. So he hits his second home run of the evening.
Chad Bradford now will come on. He'll become the 4th pitcher in this inning. Parrish got the first out. He left. Shuey faced 2 batters. Walker has faced 3. And Bradford now coming on to try to get the final out and keep this a 1-run game. So Bradford coming on, 4-3 Seattle. Here's Chad Bradford trying to get the final out. Seattle with a 2-run home run from Ibanez to get the lead 4-3. Runners on the corners with 2 down.
Yeah, the Orioles very much in this game, only trailing by a run. Chad Bradford, you can see a lot of appearances. 4th in the American League, 55 appearances. Came in Sunday, pitched a 1 1/3 innings. Been very good over the last 16 games. Only been scored in 2 of those games. Just do what you do best. Sink it. When he gets the ball down, they hit grounders. And that's what the Orioles need.
Seattle with 4 hits in this inning. The big one, the 2-run home run by Ibanez. That's Blomquist at third, and Jojima's the runner at first. Here's Jose Lopez, the number 8 batter. Line drive, base hit up the middle. And Blomquist scores, so Seattle gets an insurance run and a 5-3 lead.
Well, 3 runs in the 7th, and if you go back to Boston, bullpen, a couple of 4-run innings, and that was the difference of maybe sweeping the Red Sox. They won the first game. And sometimes you can't do it, but look where this ball ends up. The hanging slider to Ibanez in the middle of the plate, ball to Sexton in the middle of the plate. Every pitch this inning, not where the bullpen would like them, and the Mariners taking advantage of it.
Lopez with the RBI, number 50 on the year. 5 hits in the inning now, and here's Yuniesky Betancourt.
Well, if you get decent pitching, and that's what they got from Jeff Weaver, and you're 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position, you can hang around and you can hit home runs. You mentioned that as we went to break. Boy, what a difference when you can hit some home runs. And then you start getting some clutch hits. That's how you win ball games. And again, remember their bullpen, 23-7. We're going to see him 3.66 earned run average. So Ibanez, 33 home runs last year, a couple tonight.
Yeah, so the bullpen will look to go 3 innings. Ibanez, huge night, 2 homers, 3 RBIs.
There's another guy like B.J. Surhoff who came up as a catcher.
So Bradford, after allowing Lopez to reach with an RBI single, gets ahead of Betancourt, 0-2, and Betancourt fouls it off. Betancourt has grounded out, flied out, and walked. His walk loaded the bases in the 6th inning. That was the last batter for Steve Traxel. Parrish then came on and got Suzuki on a comebacker on a nice fielding play to strand the bases loaded. But Seattle has had base runners all night long. They've only gone 3 up, 3 down once on the 9th. That was in the 4th inning. And he fouls off the breaking ball to stay alive. There's George Sherrill, the left-hander, getting loose. Brian Roberts will lead off for the Orioles in the 7th, and Patterson and Markakis behind him, so the switch hitter, then lefty-lefty.
And Brian, a much better hitter, at least average-wise, from the left side of the plate, and then the 2 lefties, so it's a perfect matchup for Sherrill, who is, again, one of the reasons this bullpen is as good as it is.
And he popped him up. Markakis in right has a play. And he puts it away for the final out. But a big inning for Seattle. They score 3 runs to get the lead. Strand 2. 7th inning stretch at Oriole Park. And a 5-3 Seattle lead. Play Megabucks Jackpot, the new scratch-off game from the Maryland Lottery. With 37 chances to win and a top prize of $1 million. It's Megatastic. The Maryland Lottery. Let yourself play. Hey fans, the O's half of the 7th inning is brought to you by Jack Daniel's Old Number 7. We wait until each barrel is just the right age, and you should too. Drink responsibly. Well, the Orioles come to bat now in the bottom of the 7th, down by 2. It's a 5-3 Seattle lead, and a couple of changes for the Mariners as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Willie Bloomquist stays on defensively at first base. He pinch ran for Richie Sexson, so Bloomquist now is at first. And a new pitcher on as Seattle now goes to the bullpen. Jim, here's George Sherrill.
Yeah, he's been very, very good. I mean, a minuscule earned run average, 1.38. You look at all the notes. He threw a 3-run home run to Nick Swisher, who's a switch hitter for Oakland. So keeps the ball in the ballpark. He was like 7 base on balls in 32 2/3 innings. And quite a story because he came up through 4 independent leagues. And again, as we said, just turned 30. So he's been around, and a couple of years with Seattle and has pitched very well. 72 games last year. Of course, he wasn't as good as he is this year. But again, another year at major league level gives you a lot more experience.
Bryan trying to get on to get that tying run to the plate. Orioles now down by a couple. 1-1 on Roberts. Fouls it off the other way. 1-2.
Yeah, the Orioles over the weekend finally going to Danny Baez to be your closer, and it kind of made sense because if you used Walker and
there's Sean Green getting loose for Millar, who would bat fourth in this inning.
Yeah, we saw him a couple of times out in Seattle, but it would make sense that somebody has to be your closer on a regular basis. So, that way you can kind of mix and match with Bradford and Walker. Tonight it just didn't pay off.
Broken bat bloop to center field, and that falls in for a base hit. So Roberts does get on, leading off in the seventh. Shattered the bat, did Sherrill, but Bryan able to muscle it to shallow center field.
Yeah, you hit it well. It's probably going to be a fly ball to center. Yeah, there we go. A little top hand. Watch this top hand get on top. Oh. Well, there, a lot of guys now using 31-ounce bats, 31.5. I mean, Kevin Millar swings a 31.5-ounce bat, 33 inches long.
That's light.
Yeah, well, young man, it's all about bat speed. What he'll tell you.
Here's Corey Patterson. He bunts it first base side. It's a beauty. The race is on, and Patterson is on. Perfect bunt because he forced Bloomquist to field it.
Well, you have a left-handed pitcher that falls off towards third base, so it's perfectly executed. Again, you don't and aren't able to do this if you don't work at it. Dave Tremblay saying you got to work on your bunting. The right, Sherrill's not even in the play. Bloomquist does what he's supposed to, but nobody to cover because Sherrill has to go towards third because that's the way he falls off. And then this is just too good a bunt. You can see him going, uh-oh. And Bloomquist just says, well, can we get somebody out somewhere else because it's not going to work at first. Heads up play.
And outstanding speed out there for the Orioles. Roberts at second and Patterson at first. So Sherrill's allowed back-to-back hits to begin the seventh. And Markakis comes to bat as the potential go-ahead run. He's checking out Juan Samuel to see if a play might be on. Of course, the top two base stealers on the team are on base. Roberts has 32. Patterson stole number 30 tonight. Swings through it, 0-1.
I mean, lefties came in hitting 129 against George Sherrill, 8 for 62. So that's why the bunt hit by Patterson's even more impressive. It's knowing really what the opposition can do and what you can do.
Roberts danced it off, got Sherrill's attention, so Sherrill turned and looked him back. Bryan could steal third base. He's one of the best in baseball at stealing third.
Yeah, kind of hard to do it with Betancourt standing right behind you.
0-2. Markakis swings through a second pitch. Nicked 1 out of 3 on the night, an RBI single in the third inning.
This is a guy that Sherrill has to get out. And of course, if they got the righty Green coming up for Millar. Kevin waiting on deck.
Lifted to left field. Ibanez comes in on it. Has a play and makes the grab for the out. 1 down, so the runners have to hold. Roberts back to second. Patterson back to first, now with 1 down. And here's John McLaren coming out. And we'll get the right-hander to come on to face Millar. So Sherrill comes on to face the top 3 hitters. He allows 2 hits but gets a big out by getting Markakis. And protecting a 2-run lead. McLaren will go to the bullpen to get Green to face Kevin Millar. Roberts at second, Patterson at first, 1 down. Green coming on, 5-3 Seattle. Well, fans, don't forget, coming up shortly, 10:15, the Nationals and Giants on Masson 2. And, of course, in that game, Barry Bonds, he has tied Hank Aaron at 755 home runs. Nationals did a very good job last night containing Bonds. So he goes for number 756 on Masson 2, 10:15 tonight.
Sean Green, it's John McLaren saying basically, well, lefties are hitting 340s, righties, a little different story. So very, very good on the road. 2-0, only giving up not a whole lot of runs on the road all season long. ERA of 2.52, only 7 runs. So coming in, we saw him out in Seattle. Doesn't strike out a lot of guys. Came up a little bit with Seattle last year. He worked his way through the minor leagues. Called up on May 16th this year.
And Kevin Millar will be the first batter he will face. Millar has the tying runs on, outstanding speed, and Patterson is now not being held at first. So he's getting a big lead, but look at the second baseman Lopez almost holding Roberts on.
Again, you can do that because Millar doesn't hit a whole lot of ground balls to the right side. So, 244 batting average against right-handers for Sean Green, and lefties, as we mentioned, they wear him out at 340, almost a 100-point difference. He's a big guy, 6'6".
Out of Kentucky.
Yeah, University of Louisville.
He was signed originally by Colorado, and then the Mariners got him in a trade following the 2004 season. Bounce foul again, so 1-2 on Millar.
Yeah, almost a similar style to, if you look at the bullpen, O'Flaherty, he's been up twice now tonight, and Brandon Morrow, a young right-hander. Jeff Nelson, who hailed from Baltimore. Maybe Jeff about an inch or two taller than him, but both throw from kind of like 3/4 to almost sidearm. So one thing that Jeff Nelson could do year in, year out is that big breaking ball. Step right at you. That's a long, long time.
Grounded foul past Juan Samuel.
Yeah, these are one of those situations where Juan was talking about it, and of course you had the tragedy in the minor leagues of Mike Coolbar being hit and killed, but again, his job is, and he has to get up because he has to make sure that he can alert the runner, Brian Roberts, where the shortstop and second baseman is, also get a better angle of where the ball's hit.
Ground ball towards the hole. Bloomquist will flip to the pitcher Green covering to get Millar. 2 men down, but the runners do advance, so now a single can tie the game.
Yeah, productive at bat and out. And by Kevin Millar, didn't try to make an out, but he does move the runners into scoring position. Base hit will tie it up.
And Miguel Tejada will come to the plate. Miguel had an infield hit in the second inning and scored. He has since grounded into a double play and flied out. So 5-3 game, tying runs in scoring position with 2 men down. Outside, 1-0. Miggy trying to find that timing since coming off the disabled list. This is his 10th start since coming off the DL. There's a high chopper towards second base. Lopez fields, throws to first in time to get Tejada. And Seattle gets out of it, and the Orioles strand 2. So Green comes on, does a very good job. He gets Millar and Tejada back to back. Lopez, slick fielding, gets Seattle out of it. It's time now for you to text in your vote for the AT&T Player of the Game. The candidates tonight: Raul Ibanez, couple of home runs and 3 RBIs; Aubrey Huff, who has 2 hits and a run scored; and Ramon Hernandez, who has a pair of RBI singles. Text in your vote now. Have your voice heard. Text in A, B, or C to Oriole 674-653, and we'll give you the results a little bit later on in the telecast. Now Bradford stays on. He faced the final 2 batters in the 7th, allowed an inherited runner to score, and then got Betancourt to fly out to end the inning. Seattle has left 10 men on base in 7 innings. And Suzuki leads off. Ichiro is 3 out of 4, 3 singles. And then he bounced back to John Parrish with the bases loaded to end the 6th. No activity behind Bradford in the Oriole pen. There's a strike. Suzuki tried to make it 7 consecutive 200-hit seasons to begin his major league career. He's at 159. Check swing, fouls it off.
Yeah, most home runs, we talked about that earlier in the game. It was the 2 years ago, 15. Second year, actually his third year, hit 13. But every year, 127, 111, 111, 101, 111, 110 runs scored. And that's what leadoff guys do. Get on base and score runs.
1-2.
But if you watch him take batting practice, you go, well, mix in an occasional home run. That's just not his style. He used to do the same with Wade Boggs. Come out early, watch him hit here or at Fenway Park. He'd be hitting bombs. Played with him up at Cooperstown, hit a 350-yard drive.
Well, it's Boggs that Suzuki's trying to equal with the 7th consecutive 200-hit season. Boggs holds the modern record. Wee Willie Keeler had 8 in a row at the turn of the century. The last century. Grounded foul.
Yeah, doesn't walk a whole lot. Most 68. Doesn't strike out a lot. Most 71. That was last year. And that was in 695 at bats. Had an off year, only had 224 hits last year.
Rounded towards shortstop. Tejada's there. And 1 down, so Suzuki retired. Well, you know he's going to make a run at Pete Rose's record of 10 200-hit seasons, because he's well on his way to his 7th in a row this season. The American League record is held by Ty Cobb. He did it 9 separate times. So if Ichiro stays on pace this year, he'll be within 2 of equaling Ty Cobb's American League record. Jose Vidro now, switch hitter batting left. Tapper back towards the mound. Short hop played by Bradford, gets it to Millar, 2 down. Seattle has left 10 men on base. The Orioles have left 8. Bradford is the 5th Oriole pitcher on the night. Traxel 5 2/3. Parrish 2/3. Shuey a third. Walker faced 3 batters, allowed 3 hits, so 0 innings for Walker tonight. Now Bradford. There's a strike taken by Jose Guillen, 0-1. Slow tapper towards third. Mora charges, throws on the run high and safe. The foot came off the base. Well, Millar did the best he could as Melvin's throw on the run sailed. First of all, he had to catch the ball, and that caused him to have his foot come off the base, and by the time the foot came back down, Guillen was on.
Yeah, you can see right there that Melvin has a tendency to get back on his heels a little bit. So when you're back on your heels, it takes you a little bit longer. Talking to Brooks Robinson, and I'm still very surprised that Brooks has never worked with Melvin, because he had that ability to really be on his toes going forward. You don't want to be backpedaling at third base. You play a certain depth and you come in, and of course Brooks was the best I ever saw with 16 straight Gold Gloves. And boy, that is sometimes the difference between being able to throw a guy out and not. Just your position of where you're trying to field. And of course, Melvin been working on his field. You miss almost a month. Probably not where you want to be defensively.
1-0 on Adrian Beltre. Takes a fastball for a strike. Suzuki has a 3-hit night. Now Guillen has a 3-hit night, and 2 of Guillen's hits are infield hits. So he's at first with 2 down. Five of the Seattle hitters have multi-hit games. Beltre swings through it to fall behind 1-2. Kurt Perkins now getting loose. Runner goes from first. That ball's put in play fair. And
no play.
Safe at first base is the base runner Beltre.
Well, at the minute that Kevin Millar comes and gets this ball, there's not going to be a play. Now, the only way is if you're Chad Bradford, you have to go directly to the bag. I think he thought he was going to field it and make the underhand flip to Kevin Millar.
Well, Chevy driving the game. Here's Raul Ibanez. This swing puts Seattle on top.
That 3-2 lead evaporates on one hanging slider. They would add another run, 3-run, 7th inning. So that is your Chevy drive of the game. Very damaging. And also stopped the 19 consecutive scoreless appearances for Jamie Walker.
The runners on first and third. Line drive and a base hit in the right field. Seattle gets another run as Guillen will come in to score. Markakis fires it back in. So Ibanez has a 4 RBI night, and the Mariners now have a 3-run lead. What a night for Raul Ibanez.
And if you're wondering why Perkins didn't come in to face Ibanez, the lefty's hitting .320 off Bradford. The lefty's hitting .563 off Kurt Perkins. So Bradford, when he sinks the ball, he's very good. That ball stayed up, thigh high, middle side of the plate, and Ibanez, monster night.
Beltre to third. 2 infield hits kept this inning going, and Ibanez with the RBI double to get a run in. And there's a line drive to right field. That's a base hit. Beltre scores. Ibanez will be held. Oh, Seattle just swinging the bats tonight. As Bloomquist puts it in play, and he gets an RBI hit.
Well, that's his approach. And, of course, Dave Tremblay now going to come out and make a pitching change. And, again, the Oriole bullpen. It was the problem in Boston. Starting pitching the problem on Saturday night. Kurt Perkins. Certainly plenty of time to get loose tonight.
So after 2 outs and nobody on, that infield hit by Guillen, Morris' throw was high. That kept it going, and the Mariners have added 2. Well, fans, just a reminder right now on MASN 2, the Nationals and the Giants from San Francisco. Barry Bonds 1 home run away from setting the all-time Major League record for home runs. He's tied with Hank Aaron at 755. Did not hit one out against the Nats last night. That's over on MASN 2. Right here, Seattle with 3 in the 7th to get the lead, 2 here in the 8th to add to their lead. It's now 7-3, and here's Kurt Berkins on.
Yeah, starting pitcher down at AAA Norfolk, and he's been up and down 4 times. Last pitch Saturday, first appearance, and you can see numbers not where he wants. Actually having a good year at AAA as a starting pitcher. A couple of runs on Saturday. Yeah, fastball, curveball, changeup pitcher.
1-0 on Kenji Jojima with runners on the corners. It's amazing how things can turn in a hurry. Bradford made a very good pitch on Jose Guillen. The slow tapper towards third. Melvin charged, did a good job getting to the ball, but his throw sailed. It caused Millar's foot to come off the bag. And that play kept this inning going, and Seattle's rallied for 2. The Beltre base hit. The little nubber up the first base side, and Guillen alertly going all the way to third. And then the RBI double and RBI single. High chopper towards third. Melvin waits for it. And gets it across low and past Millar. 1 run is in. And going to third base is Bloomquist. And that's an error on Melvin Mora. So no RBI for Jojima, but Seattle now with a 5-run lead.
Yeah, it appeared almost that he had a little trouble getting it out of the glove. So the footwork, the low throw. Usually Millar has a chance to catch this. So a little Baltimore chop. Times it very well. See right there, a little trouble. Maybe not the perfect grip on it. Throws it low. Millar can't catch it. That will be an error. First of the night for the Orioles.
Jose Lopez takes a strike. Or swinging through a strike, excuse me. Melvin's 6th error on the year. Line short hop by Brian Roberts, who turns and gets it to first to end the inning. But a big inning for Seattle. They add 3 and now have an 8-3 lead.
Welcome back, everybody. 8-3 Seattle in the bottom of the 8th right now. And it's been a tough night for the Orioles. Bullpen, Tom and Rick will talk all about it on the O's Extra postgame show, brought to you by ChevyFirst.com. Directly following the game, not only will they discuss tonight's game between the Orioles and Mariners, they also will be keeping their eye on what Barry Bonds is doing against the Washington Nationals. His live at bats. We will go live to him to see if he can break Hank Aaron's record. That's right here on MASN, where we have all the access you need. Jim?
All right, Amber, thank you very much. Bottom of the 8th, the Orioles now down by 5 runs. Green stays on. He'll face Huff, Mora, and Hernandez. 6 runs over the last 2 innings for Seattle. Turned a 3-2 Orioles lead into a 8-3 Seattle advantage. There's a strike, 1-1 on Aubrey Huff, who has a 2-hit night. 25th multi-hit game on the year to stay hot. Extends his hitting streak to 5 in a row. He is 10 for his last 19. Grounded towards the middle. Betancourt back of the bag has it. And gets it to first to get Aubrey Huff. 1 down. So Huff is 2 out of 4. That brings up Melvin Mora. Melvin has a perfect night going at the plate. Laid down a sacrifice bunt in the 2nd inning. And has since singled twice. He was 1 for 4 on Sunday in his return from the disabled list. Takes outside, 1-0. So Weaver, the pitcher of record on the winning side. He would win his first game since June 25th if Seattle holds on, and they have a 5-run cushion in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, it would be his first win on the road.
Melvin Mora with a 3-hit night. Single into right center field. Dean cuts it off.
And you go back to his last inning, the 6th inning, they had Sherrill up, no right-hander, and after Ramon Hernandez gets the base hit, he has to face Peyton. If Peyton gets a base hit, the Orioles expand the lead. A lot of things change, but Jeff was able to get Jay Peyton out and hang around, and that's really what it is. Get yourself into the dugout, even if they score a run. And as it turned out, would give the Orioles a short-lived 3-2 lead, which Ibanez's home run would erase.
Ramon Hernandez now. Over but low, 1-0. Ramon's had a good night at the plate.
Yeah, if I'm the Mariners, I'm hoping that Boston can do a number on the Angels.
Ground ball towards the middle, off the glove of Lopez. That'll be a base hit, and the Orioles have 2 men on.
You know, and they can beat the Orioles here, and if you get back in that race, they're only 3 down in the loss column. I know not too many people thought that they felt the Mariners would be an improved club.
Well, the Orioles now have 15 hits. Seattle has 17 hits.
Yeah, but they have the long balls. Of course, the long ball gets you right back in the game here.
Rafael Chavez, the pitching coach, out for a chat. Now there's O'Flaherty. He's ready.
Is he ever? 3rd time up tonight.
Brian Roberts on deck, a switch hitter, and then the lefties, Patterson and Markakis. Orioles got the first 2 on in the 7th and could not score. They have 2 on now in the 8th with 1 down. Jay Peyton hitless on the night, and a tapper towards the mound. And out at first base is Peyton, 2 men down. So Peyton going after that first pitch again, and he's out.
Yeah, that's his style. And when he's hot, which he's not, it looks good.
So that's a big out for Green. Now 2 men down. Here comes Brian Roberts, and here comes John McLaren to make a pitching change.
Well, we told you about the matchups, lefties, and that's what Brian would hit against Green, 340. I mean, we've already seen it. They brought in Sherrill to face Brian. He fisted one off into center field for a base hit. But O'Flaherty, as we told you, 7-0 this year. First year in the major leagues.
Green goes an inning and a third. He'll leave with 2 men on. And O'Flaherty, 3rd time getting loose on the night, finally gets in the game with Seattle leading at 8-3. Orioles Baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com.
So Eric O'Flaherty, as we mentioned, 7-0 this year. ERA of 3.5 runs. His only really bad outing was against the Orioles on the 17th of July. Gave up 5 runs, 3 hits, and 2 walks. Take away those 5 runs, his ERA would be well down below 3 runs a game. So it doesn't walk a lot of guys. Out of Oregon State, 1 year in the minor leagues, came up at the end of last season with the Mariners. So all the way from college to the big leagues in a year.
And Brian Roberts up now with 2 runners in scoring position, 2 men down. Brian has a couple of hits tonight. Seattle has 8 runs on 17 hits. The Orioles 3 runs on 15 hits. Orioles have had so many opportunities to add runs in this game, and they haven't been able to do it. They've left 8 men on and 7 at-bats.
I got him like 3 for 13 with runners in scoring position.
Grounded towards third. Beltre charges and gets it to first. There ends the inning. And the Orioles leave 2 more. 9th inning coming up with Seattle in front. The AT&T player of the game, as decided by our viewers, is Raul Ibanez, who gets 53% of the vote. Ibanez, 2 home runs and 4 RBIs on the night as Seattle leads it 8-3. You can text in your vote. Every game, vote for the AT&T player of the game. Standard text message rates apply, and it's open to all carriers. And we go to the 9th inning. Birkin stays on. Seattle with a 5-run lead. Mariners have left 12 men on base. The Orioles have left 10.
Kurt Birkins, who came up through the Oriole organization, 33rd round draft choice, and at least early last year, pitched very well, then had neuritis, that kind of irritation of the nerve in his left arm, his pitching arm.
Ground ball towards second. To his left is Roberts, gets a nice hop. And on one pitch, Betancourt is retired, 1 away. See what happened to Garrett Olson the other night? Norfolk played. He made the start, pitched an inning, and then it rained. They had like an hour-and-a-half rain delay, and that was it. He didn't come back out, so he wasted a start because of the weather. They were hoping that the weather would hold off a little bit, and he got 1 inning in. There's Suzuki. He's had a big night, 3 out of 5, scored a run. Perkins gets ahead on the inside corner, 0-1.
Yeah, you go back to his at-bat with the bases loaded in the 6th inning. Traxel leads. Parrish comes in, gets him to bounce back to him. John makes a very nice fielding play, and you think that maybe the Orioles, with a 3-2 lead, had this game a little bit in hand. And then the bullpen comes in, and Jamie Walker for the first time in 19, they'll actually make it 20 games. Doesn't do his job, hangs a slider, and 9 hits, 6 runs later. Totally different game. Good breaking ball there by Kurt.
What's more frustrating than anything over those 2 rallies, Jim, is that all 6 of the runs came in after 2 men down. The home run was a 2-out home run, then Seattle added another. And then in the 8th inning, it was 2 outs and nobody on, and that infield hit on the throw by Melvin Moore that sailed, that got that inning going. Beltre then followed with an infield hit, and then an RBI double, an RBI single, and an error. And Suzuki is hit.
Trying to pitch him in, and again, the Red Sox handled him well. 0 for 5 off Beckett on Sunday, 1 for 14 in that series.
Suzuki hit by the pitch. He'll take first with 1 down. Looks like up around the bicep.
A lot of guys wear pads. He has one there. Let's see if it hits it. No, maybe a little bit higher. That pad over his elbow.
Perkins misses outside to Vidro. This one's high, 2-0. Vidro has 1 hit on the night, but he's also walked twice. Masson 2, Nationals and Giants. Bottom of the first with Barry Bonds on deck. No score. Jose Vidro, now 32 years old, his 11th major league season. The first 10 spent with the Montreal/Washington franchise.
A lifetime 300 hitter. Not a lot of power. That was a good low and away strike.
And 2 balls and 2 strikes on Vidro. High fly ball to right off a breaking ball. Markakis backtracks, gets it. Suzuki back to first, 2 men down. Well, Birkin's got the final out of the 8th after the throwing error by Mora kept the inning going, and now he gets 2 outs here in the 9th. So Bonds will lead off in the bottom of the 2nd. As the Nationals retire the side in order in the 1st. Guillen late on the swing, 0-1. The only 2 relievers who have not been in this game, Rob Bell and Danny Baez. Slice towards the corner down the right field line. That is a foul ball. Well, Seattle came in here into this heat. They certainly don't have this kind of humidity in Seattle, and their bats got hot tonight. 8 runs on 17 hits.
Yeah, it didn't bother their bats. Well, you talked about it. They came in. They, acclimated themselves?
Yeah, they got here Sunday night, so they spent the off day. They may have spent it indoors, but they were here.
At the aquarium, the National Aquarium across the street.
But the thought was there. Curveball outside, 2-2. Seattle with an 8-3 lead here in the 9th, and that one well off the plate.
Well, yeah, about 3 in a row where he just cannot get on top, either hand a little bit slick. You can see him going to the rosin. Got to get on top of the breaking ball. Unable to do it.
Runner will go from first. There goes Suzuki. And it's bounced foul.
Kind of an interesting highlight. The Yankees designated for assignment Mike Myers. He was 3-0 with a 2.66 ERA, but what he didn't do, which is really when you look at in most cases, Parrish gets righties out better than lefties. Didn't get left-handed hitters out. They were hitting over 300. And Jim Brower, who started the year with the Orioles last year.
That ball's ripped towards the gap in left field. That's down for a base hit. Suzuki rounding third. He will score easily. And there's an RBI double for Jose Guillen. Seattle adds a run. It's 9-3 Mariners.
Well, if there's ever a lesson to be learned, Jose comes up. His first two at-bats, bounces in a double play, flies out with runners in scoring position the second time, and then has a great night. 4 consecutive hits, 3 singles, and this double. And just a slider that Kurt Perkins doesn't get in, and he's able to get the bat head on it and pull it down the line for a double. Ichiro for the 9th run for the Mariners.
And Adam Jones has come on to pinch run for Guillen. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed to Beltre. Jones had huge numbers in AAA, and he was called up.
Well, in fact, Jose Guillen saying, don't ruin the chemistry. And, of course, then he apologized.
That ball's hit to left field for a base hit. Payton charging, Jones being sent. Here comes the throw towards the plate. Will not be in time. And heading down to second base is Adrian Beltre.
Yeah, Jones for a big guy. And, of course, those numbers, was hitting well over 300, 25 home runs, 84 RBIs. He started out as a shortstop. He is their number 1 prospect. So Beltre finally gets a member of the hit parade. Well, actually, yeah. He had gotten that infield hit the last time.
Well, now it's a 10-3 game, and here is Raul Ibanez. Grounded towards second base. Roberts goes down on a knee to get it. And he gets Ibanez, and the inning ends. But Perkins allows 2. Bottom of the 9th coming up. The Birds down by 7. Whenever an Orioles pitcher records a strikeout this season, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield will make a $25 donation to the YMCA of Central Maryland's Y Healthy Kids program. Congratulations to Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield on the K's for Kids program. Well, Seattle with a 10-3 lead. The Orioles coming up in the bottom of the 9th. The Mariners with 19 base hits. That is a season high against the Orioles. On May the 6th, the Indians had 16 hits. O'Flaherty stays on. Here's Patterson. First ball swinging, pops it up. Wide of third. Beltre over, runs out of room.
Yeah, the Mariners, they have 10 prospects. Their top 10 guys in Baseball America, 4 of them on this roster. Adam Jones, who you just mentioned. O'Flaherty that's pitching. Brandon Morrow. And then Mark Lowe, he's finally back. We saw him last year, hard-throwing right-handed pitcher, had arthroscopic surgery. And he is back in their bullpen. So for a team, about 3 years ago, everybody said really got old, they've gotten a little bit younger.
Now Jones just turned 22. Off the end of the bat towards right field, but the second baseman backs up. Lopez has it one down.
I mean, Lopez are very young. Betancourt only 25. Beltry was right around 30. Ibanez mid-30s. Ichiro 31.
Big night for the Mariners, getting their road trip off to a big start. They lead it 10-3. 8 2-out runs against the Orioles bullpen over the last 3 innings.
Well, there have been some bad pitches and then some good pitches that, infield hits, as you talked about. A combination. That's how you give up 19 hits. Well, I've been on games where we used to go to Cleveland. Every once in a while, they'd have one of those games where they'd get 10 or 12 runs. 15, 18, 19 hits, and you'd be looking out in center field saying, boy, they got to have a camera out there. They got to be getting the signs. Balls that are hit hard fall in. The ones that are soft fall in. Get guys in good pitchers' counts, don't make their pitches. That's happened on a couple occasions tonight. That's how you give up 10 runs. And the good thing is you get to put on a uniform and come back again tomorrow. And then everything can change.
Over on Massett 2, Barry Bonds now batting, bottom of the second. Markakis off the end of the bat. Ibanez in left waits. And 2 down in the Oriole ninth inning. So O'Flaherty has faced 3 batters. He's retired all 3.
Well, he got up in the bullpen 3 times tonight. Finally got in, and he was getting his work in. Boy, the more you're around this game, I was talking to Raul Ibanez. He got picked off. Mariners trying to beat the Red Sox on Sunday. Josh Beckett in a little bit of trouble in the 4th inning. 2 outs. A couple of guys on. They pick him off. He said, talk about embarrassing. He said, I looked over my right shoulder, saw the shortstop, and Lugo snuck in behind him. Inning over. And then he comes back, 116 at bats without a home run. Solo his first time up, and then a 2-run shot to change the course of this game.
And Millar pops it foul again. Kevin 1 out of 4 on the night. And that's a little low. Well, tomorrow it'll be Jeremy Guthrie against Felix Hernandez in the middle game of the series.
Yeah, I'm sure both of these teams feel very comfortable about the guy they're sending out to start tomorrow night's games. Even though Guthrie with a little bit better numbers. But Hernandez at 21, power arm. And Guthrie older, but probably doesn't have as much major league experience as Felix Hernandez. But having a marvelous first year in the big leagues.
Millar hooking that one foul deep down the left side up into the upper deck, and it bounces out. Look out below. Check swing and appeal denied. Out in San Francisco, Barry Bonds, his first at bat, he doubled. So he's on at second base with the Giants batting.
Like off the top of the wall. Oh, there's a gapper we hear.
High pop up, right center field. The second baseman backpedaling. There's Jose Lopez, has it for the out. And the Mariners win the opener of this 3-game series by a final of 10-3. So Flaherty closes it out. He retires all 4 batters he faced, and the Mariners get the opener. Join us again tomorrow night for more O's action. Jeremy Guthrie against Felix Hernandez, middle game of 3. Coverage on Masson at 6:30 with O's Extra, presented by Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Game coverage at 7 on Masson. Now for Jim Palmer, Amber Theo Harris, and our entire crew, Jim Hunter saying so long. Once again, Seattle wins at 10-3. Tonight's telecast, a presentation of the Mid-Atlantic Sports Network. Now Tom Davis, Rick Dempsey, and O's Extra, presented by ChevyFirst.com. Take it away, Tom.